Coming up next, the Big Red Machine Show with your host, Joe Dunn, and band director, Jody Dunn. But first, a word from our longtime sponsor, KC Electric.
KC Electric has been the longest-running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates KC Electric for their support. KC Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. KC Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, KC Electric services all brands of AC units. Give KC Electric a call, 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
Good evening and welcome to the Big Red Machine Show with our directors Jody Dunn, Sean Dyke, and Ms. Kim Whaley. And Jody, welcome back to the program.
Thanks, Dad. It's good to be back. We were off last week, and as you know, that if we don't have a ball game that week, or if it's an extremely long journey, the Big Red Machine usually doesn't go, and so because it was Tallahassee on a Thursday night, especially. We didn't go last week, so we took the week off from the Big Red Machine Show, but we are very glad to be back here for the final regular season game here at Jack Foster Stadium versus our good friends and rivals from Fort Walton Beach, the Fort Walton Vikings. Welcome to them. Welcome to Derek and Alyssa, the band directors, and looking forward to another big win by the Bulldogs. They're on a roll, love seeing that, and proud of the coach and the players for all of their accomplishments these last few weeks, and looking forward to another one here at home.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask you a question about what the band do on your night off, you might say, Thursday night.
Well, here recently, these past couple of weeks, since we've gotten past our evaluation performances, we've actually taken a couple of nights off, and we tested to see if the TV still worked on Tuesday and Thursday nights. If there were still, that kind of stuff available. But usually during the season, when we're still preparing, we will still rehearse and prepare whatever's next. This week we had rehearsal on Thursday night to prepare for tonight's performance, and we've got a number of special things tonight that we'll talk about. And so we did use this week. We were off Tuesday night. Halloween it fell on our rehearsal, and we decided to let our students have that night with their families if they wanted it. And I'll be honest with you, it's just been nice to check out what goes on at home on Tuesday nights.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. But we spoke a minute ago about our evaluation. We talked last time about the Florida Bandmasters Association District 1 Marching Music Performance Assessment.
MPA.
MPA, there you go. And we were very, very pleased with the performance there. All superior ratings and straight A's from all the judges, and just comments that were just very, very nice from all the judges and directors in the audience and fans, and just very proud of the students. And they had a very emotional response to their performance. They knew they had done very well. And we talk about whatever is the next one has to be the best one.
Yeah.
And they have done that. They really have learned that process of kind of ratcheting up another notch, and I would liken it to as we're in the middle of the World Series now. The two teams there are playing at their best levels right now during the World Series, and so when we get to our evaluations, we've got to be playing at our best, and they certainly did that at Fort Walton at District MPA. And again, last Saturday at OP at the Little Bighorn, they really showed out. I mean, it was a wonderful performance. Again, it was the next one, so it had to be the best one, and it really was. And it was meaningful for our band as a whole, but especially our seniors, who kind of put the cherry on top of their competitive season. Extremely high scores, ratings at the very top, and very, very proud. The audience response is oftentimes your best indicator of how you've connected with your audience.
And tell that one, for sure.
And according to the audience there at OP, it was a very successful performance. It was an elongated standing ovation from a very well-informed band crowd. So very proud of them.
I think you said there were about 25 bands.
I think so, 25 bands, and since we were the last one there, we were the last one of the evening to perform before the few exhibition bands. We were the last one in our class and in the competition during the day, and so all of the band students were there, and all the parents were there to watch and hear us, and that's always pretty cool, being that one that gets all eyes and ears are on you. It's
right.
There's some pressure involved with that too, but
that'll bring some more out of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Raise the bar a little bit.
They rose to the occasion, and here are some things that I love to brag on. Standing at the top of the op stadium is kind of in a bowl, and you walk down some stairs to get to it. And standing out front in the ready area, the volunteer who was working that gate to allow us to come into the stadium shook my hand, and she said how much she loved having us back and remembered us from last year.
Mm-hmm.
And
That was nice.
very nice and very complimentary. But then she walked up and down the band to tell them to be careful going down the stairs and to hold on to the handrail. Just very, very nice talking to our students about that. And she came back and talked to me after that. And first of all, she said she didn't think she'd ever get to the back of the line. But she said, that she loved talking to our kids. They're the most respectful, most understanding, and they listened and had a great sense of humor and just complimented our students as people. Mm-hmm. And that's the most important thing. That's what we're looking for. And then I get emails afterwards from people who were there at the event who have no other connection to our band or school than they saw us at the event, complimenting our band not only on their performance, but on their behavior,
Yes.
on their kindness, on their respectfulness. And that just speaks volumes about our kids and about our parents and how these kids were raised and the expectations of behavior that are placed on them. And they rise to that expectation. And I had one of the deputies who was on duty there as we took the field for the awards ceremony. Our representative marched out onto the field, and he came over and shook my hand, and he said, "I really appreciate seeing a band with class."
Hey,
So
right.
you never can tell who's watching and who's listening, and we teach our kids that to be mindful of that at all times, and they certainly do. So to put a kind of a period on the end of that, we're very proud of the performances that our band gave this year. They represented all of us very well and have continued that tradition of excellence that exists here in the Big Red Machine.
Well,
So-
congratulations to the Big Red Machine for another outstanding performance at another very popular
Yes.
gathering. What was the name of that again?
It's called the Little Bighorn.
Yes, okay.
And I don't know the genesis of that. I know what it was, in history, but I don't
Yeah.
know why they called it that.
Right.
It's a cool name, though. And
That gets your attention.
yeah, it does. It sure does. But here we are again tonight at Jack Foster, like we said, versus Fort Walton Beach Vikings. And I want to let you know that the Fort Walton Beach Viking Band, the really wonderful award-winning Viking Band, is going to perform at pregame tonight. They have an event tomorrow, so they're here to support their team, and they're going to leave a little early after halftime so that they can get some rest and get ready for their event tomorrow. I believe they're traveling as well. And so they're going to perform at pregame, so I invite your attention there. They will take the field right around 6:20. Then we've got some other groups that we're recognizing and celebrating at pregame before the Big Red Machine takes the field at 6:42 for our normal pregame routine with the fanfare and the fight song and the anthem. We have a very special guest performer tonight with us on the national anthem. Our choral director, Mr. Kevin Lusk, will be accompanying us singing the national anthem. This is Mr. Lusk's final year with us here at Crestview High School. He's retiring, so we wanted to make sure that he had this opportunity to end the season, the regular season, with us at pregame, and you'll very much enjoy his performance, I'm sure, of the national anthem.
We wish him a wonderful retirement, but we're really going to miss him.
Absolutely.
And he's done a great job.
Absolutely.
Over, 25
Almost
years,
30 years,
30
right?
years.
Yeah. And then at halftime, it's going to be the Big Red Machine, and we will, we will perform our entire show. And after our show is complete, we have a special moment that we're going to pay tribute to one of our heroes on our show. Again, it's about heroes, but we're going to pay tribute to one of our heroes, Ernest Hebson, who was the very first band director at Fort Walton Beach High School, and we lost Ernest last month, and he is a big part of why Okaloosa County bands are as good as they are. And I thought it would be only appropriate for us to take a moment and recognize Mr. Hebson and his contribution, and to pay tribute to him. And so we're going to do that. Then we're going to pay tribute to more heroes. We're going to play Service Salute and ask that all of the folks in the audience who have served in our armed services stand and be recognized as we play their service song for them. And then we're going to recognize some of my heroes, our seniors.
Right.
And we're going to do our traditional, we'll call their name, and then they come play the fight song, and we watch them snake off the field and gather in the third quarter with their family and celebrate the fact that they made it. They did it, and they've had a wonderful impact.
This year?
I believe there's 65 or
65?
so
Wow.
seniors. Yes, sir. So that gives you an idea of what's been happening and what's coming up tonight here at Jack Foster Stadium.
All right. Well, thank you, Jody, for updating us on various activities that's been going on since we didn't have the show last week. And we thank you for bringing us up to date.
Thank you.
We'll take our break here for our longtime sponsor, KC Electric, and we'll be back in just a moment.
KC Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates KC Electric for their support. KC Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. KC Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, KC Electric services all brands of AC units. Give KC Electric a call, 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
Welcome back to the Big Red Machine Show. This time, let's bring Sean in. And Sean has some very exciting news, I think. We'll talk about the all-state results and the experience itself.
Yeah, so if you remember, toward the beginning of the season, we had mentioned all-state auditions being held in Milton, and we have the results. We just received the results this week. I believe it was Wednesday we received them. We have 4 students who made the all-state ensembles. We have 3 trumpet players. We have Anthony Leggio, Kevin Marrero, and Griffin Tuttle. Both Anthony and Griffin will be playing with the All-State Band, and Kevin will be playing with the 11-12 Symphonic All-State Orchestra.
Wow.
In addition to those 3 seniors, we had Miss Whaley's own son, Nate Odom, make it on... yeah. So All-State Nate, indeed. So he made the 11th and 12th grade band as well, as an 11th grader, which is not an easy task. Right. They'll be going down, I believe it's January 10th through 13th. They'll be going down to Tampa, doing performing, putting together a concert with some of the state's finest musicians, and getting a really overall fantastic experience with Dr. Carnahan from University of Miami. I believe he's their wind ensemble director. So you get real good feedback from him, get to put together a concert with him, and really Florida's all-state bands are some of the finest all-state ensembles in the country.
I would agree with that, yeah. And this gives another opportunity for them to grow even more in their musical talents and knowledge.
Definitely. I can remember as a student going down to All-State, and that's where I found my love of music, being around people who pursued it as intensely as I did. And they'll get to go down and experience, talk to colleges that are down there trying to recruit, and really a lot of doors will open for them.
Be a lot of scholarships, right?
Opportunities, yes, definitely, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you, Sean, for bringing us up to date on the all-state results, and we're glad they're already back, and they enjoyed having that experience, I'm sure. Okay, well, let's welcome back Ms. Kim Whaley.
Hello, I'm glad to be here.
Well, I'm glad to have you back, sure enough. Did you miss last week?
I did. I missed it.
You didn't do anything, right?
I slept.
Okay, we have conflicting stories. All right, well, Kim, we want to welcome you back, and Sean, I didn't welcome you back a while ago, but welcome back to you too.
It feels like I never left. I went by way too quick.
Well, we just got so much to go through. All right, well, Kim, I believe you're going to tell us about the Chamber Christmas recital.
So as we've talked about before, we have our chamber class where our students gather in small groups to play, a lot smaller than the big giant bands are normally seeing in. And they've been preparing for a Christmas recital coming up on November 28th at our school. It's going to be held at our school, and they'll be in their small groups and be just playing different kinds of Christmas carols and different arrangements. So it's really a neat class because we have them in all kinds of different arrangements. They just get in different, formations all the time and prepare for that. And then we like to take those groups and send them out in the community too. And they'll be playing on December 7th for the Chamber of Commerce breakfast. So they'll be entertaining all those folks over there. And we just like to get them out maybe into the elementary schools, middle schools, and playing as much as possible. And because they're small, a small group, it's easier to carry around or portable. They're more portable.
That's a good idea.
It's not 9 buses and 2 cars.
Exactly.
No food trucks following.
Right. So it's a lot simpler.
No, the equipment trucks.
No, just
Carry your own.
pretty much.
That's right. Pick up your instrument. Let's go.
All right. Well, that sounds like it's going to be fun. And Christmas season, and they get to help spread that Christmas joy throughout the community.
Right. Yeah,
All
we
right.
love to do that.
Well, thank you, Kim, and Jody. Let's wrap it up here, I guess.
Yeah, well, believe it or not, here we are at the end of our regular season and wrapping up the Big Red Machine show for another season. It seems like we just got started. Like Carol Burnett used to say, seems we just get started, and before you know it, it's time we said goodnight.
Yeah.
But before we do, thanks again to you for hosting our show, and to Tim and Chris and all the guys who contribute to the production of the show.
I
And
appreciate it too.
and well, want to say a special thanks to Jimmy Whitaker for all his many, many years of allowing us to be here, to let us use his airwaves to reach our folks here, and we appreciate him a lot. And it is always a joy to be here speaking about the band. It's one of my favorite things to talk about, and I can talk about it a long time, as you noticed. But
that's the whole purpose of the show, is to get the word out for our Big Red Machine and the history of it, and the accomplishments of the staff and the students. And
yeah, that's
not everybody can play an instrument.
That's right. That's right.
I still can't play but 3 chords on the guitar.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot right there. We spend a lot of time singing a lot of songs with those 3 chords.
Yeah.
But just so you'll know the reach that this has, and what Mr. Whitaker has provided this community for all these many, many years, is I have friends in California who found out we do a radio show, and they got on the website and the YouTube channel, and they listen to our radio show, and they're blown away. They're blown away. How
in California?
In California, that's right. How in the world do you have a radio show? Just fascinated by the whole thing.
Yeah.
And so now we're nationwide. We're
on YouTube.
That's right. I mean, we're worldwide. There you go.
The good country started the world famous Trading Post a long time
That's
ago,
right.
and it's worldwide.
Anyway, thanks to Casey Electric, our longtime sponsor, and it's been a great season, and we hope to be back again soon, and appreciate everything that everybody does to make this all possible. Invite you to watch for the Big Red Machine coming up in the Veterans Day Parade on November the 11th. That's a 9 o'clock in the morning parade.
That sure is early.
Beautiful downtown Main Street. I believe the ceremonies continue at the memorial. The wall, we'll have a couple of our trumpet players, a couple of our all-state trumpet players there playing our taps there as we normally do. So that's Veterans Day on the 11th. That's Saturday at 9 o'clock. The parade steps off. Then, of course, Kim mentioned the chamber recital on the 28th of November at 6:30 in the auditorium at Crestview High School. Then the Crestview Christmas Parade, one of my favorite things of the year. Such a beautiful thing to see. I remember being a kid and just marveling at all the lights and decorations up and down Main Street, and we're still doing it, and I love being a part of it. So that's on the
that was
2nd.
back in the day when you picked up the candy and stuff off the street without the fence along the sidewalk.
That's right. Lots of wonderful memories, and I love the Christmas parade. That's on the 2nd of December, 5:30 step off downtown Main Street. And then the Crestview High School Band Christmas Concert is on the 15th of December at 6:30, and you'll hear a wide variety of selections from several different groups. And of course, the Wind Ensemble closes out with our traditional sleigh ride, which we just started practicing here at the beginning of November, and that will be the way we close our concert as we do every year for our Christmas concert. So there you go. There's what we're working on for the rest of this calendar year, and stay tuned. Keep on the lookout for us throughout the spring, and come go with us as we finish out yet another year. So thanks again, Dad. Appreciate you for hosting us, and appreciate everybody. And good luck tonight to Coach Grant and the Bulldogs, looking for another big win.
Yes, go Dogs. Well, thank you, Jody and Kim and Sean, and good to have y'all with us this season. And I've certainly enjoyed having y'all here at the station. And this is the best setup I think we've ever had.
I agree.
On equipment and
Absolutely.
location and time.
Everything works great. Appreciate it.
And I appreciate the guys here that take over after we get through.
Production
The
team.
production, I tell you, this computer here, I can do this, but I can't do that.
Well, that's what I said. I appreciate those guys, all the people that work to make this possible.
All right, well, let's let our folks know that Casey Electric has been with us for at least 30 years, I know. The first sponsor was Thrifty Foods,
That's right.
Miss Betty's little cafe.
Kitchen in there, yeah.
Kitchen, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And she made some good food
We
back
sure
there,
do.
too.
Wow.
But let's close it out now with the Coaches Show with Tim English and Bulldogs football head coach Thomas Grant. Then it's countdown to kickoff. That's live from the press box with Tim and Dusty. And then it's live play-by-play on WAAZ 104.7 FM, thegoodcountry.com, and Facebook, or on YouTube, as you just said, Jody. And remember that once a Bulldog, always a Bulldog, and
Go Dogs!
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
All right, we're sitting here last week with Coach Thomas Grant coming in 3-6. The last 2 weeks have been really good for you. Let's go back and reminisce a little bit on that Thursday night game. We're playing a Leon team that's 5-3, I think.
Yes, sir.
And you know what's fun? What's really bad about a Thursday night game, especially in Tallahassee, is we've got a large following, and on Friday your phone blew up. Hey man, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where's your game? I want a spread of 24. Crestview by 20. I said, dude, that was last night. Sure. So a lot of people just didn't know or whatever. I mean, we had a lot of people watching, but still you had a lot of people didn't know. That Thursday night game in Tallahassee is a weird feel, especially when you go to a field that's not in a really good neighborhood. But let's talk about it. 5-3, your expectations going into the game, did they match the end?
Yes, sir. I mean, we're just watching Leon on film. I thought we had a good chance to have some success, and the kids came out and did a good job of executing the game plan. We wanted, to limit their, quarterback as, in the running game, and he didn't, hurt us too much.
No.
I thought we did a great
You got
job.
to him a few times, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. I think we had like 4 or 5 sacks.
Yep.
We limit their running game. I thought we were stout up on the defense line and linebacker. I thought they played a tremendous game. There was one time our 3 linebackers was a freshman and 2 sophomores. So, which I was really excited about. So, and then towards the end of the game, I think offensively we had 4 or 5 freshmen in there on a couple series out of 11, and then defensively had I think one series we had 7 freshmen and sophomores out there at the 11 defense. So it was a really encouraging sign, and I was very happy with the effort and the way we executed.
Roster. I wanted to eventually, in a minute, we're going to talk about the seniors and give them a little love. And now you don't have their grade here, so I'm going to let you look at it. But
Gotcha.
Tell me how that team beats Mosley. Come on, just tell me how that, or how we didn't play Mosley better. They're one of the two.
Well,
I've got to figure that out.
Well, I think
Because that team beat Mosley.
They beat Mosley. I think part of it, Mosley was still trying some different things, and I think they kind of came back to earth or would settle on what they were good at after that game, because they've been pretty good after that. I know into that game, it seemed like they were trying to play a 3-4 and have some of their defense linemen stand up and play like hybrid outside linebacker, but then they kind of figured out when they got to us, they just put his hand on the ground and let him cause havoc. So, and then look, for us, I mean, you think about the 35 points we gave up, there was 3 busted coverages.
Yep.
That's 21 points right there. That should not happen. You know, okay, it happens once, but it shouldn't happen 2 more times in cover 3. We should never get beat deep, you know, in cover 3. You know, so that happened 3 times.
Not even cover 2, really.
Yeah, and 2 of them came on 3rd down. So if we do our job and not come up on a route that is at the line of scrimmage and stay deep, you know, we force them to punt, or you know, we force a field goal attempt. So you know, and we were, you know, and looking back at the film, you know, we did a decent job, you know, moving the ball, but there were several holes that we missed in our run game that we haven't missed since then. You know, so because I thought there was a lot of opportunity where they lined up to our trips to run our counter play, and we kept going outside instead of just putting our foot on the ground again inside. You know, the past 2 weeks we've done we've done a better job of putting our foot in the ground. You know, that's the running back and the second puller. You know, our tackle was, you know, going outside too, and it, you know, I just didn't understand why we were doing that when there's a hole inside. So, but like I said, we've done a better job the past 2 weeks of understanding of what we're trying to accomplish in this game.
You take the performance Thursday night, and if somehow you can get that out of a couple of these losses, you're sitting here looking totally different.
Well, I mean, look, I think the biggest one is obviously the game 1, Rickards. You know, that 1-point loss at home. You know, if we have the chance to go 5-5, you know, there's a chance that we could, you know, possibly make the playoffs this year. But now, you know, 4S is upside down with the rankings right now, because there's some really good teams that could, you know, miss the playoffs just because, you know, district champs automatically go.
And then the 4
next 4 after
large,
that. Yes, sir.
And that's in 4 districts.
Yes, sir.
So, you know, last week we had more teams coming out of our area, but now the way everything is positioned this week, and now you've got some very interesting games coming up, which we'll talk about later in our countdown to kickoff. But, you know, your kids last Thursday night, very young, and they stepped up, and you have been preaching this. Somebody's going to get an opportunity. Somebody's going to get an opportunity because there's been so many injuries for you. And those kids just played. It just, I've got to be honest with you. I saw something on the sidelines and an attitude, an atmosphere that has been missing. We saw a little bit at the Milton, but it was almost like they was all rallied. They was all concentrating. They was all right there. Their face was in. Was that a light the fire that you had to do with them the last couple of games, or you think they're just now coming around? It's a little better late than never.
You know, I think a part of it is just them coming around. I think part of it is that, you know, it's the old saying, winning solves everything. You know, feel good about yourself.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking, you know, to Coach Hatton and to some other, you know, coaches. You know, everybody talks about, you know, discipline and culture. Well, that, you know, that equals winning. You know, so if you're winning, nobody talks about it. If you're losing, that's the first thing, you know, somebody wants to, you know, bring up. So it's just like the old saying, you know, winning cures everything, and especially with a young team. I mean, a lot of these kids are, you know, growing up in youth and middle school. You know, they're so much better than everybody. They haven't been challenged. They haven't seen adversity. So this is the first time that they've lost because they haven't been the best player on the field. You know, because they're freshmen and sophomores. There's juniors and seniors that have, you know, been in the weight room. And
the load gets bigger.
So exactly. So, you know, so how do we handle that? You know, I was watching Inside the NBA last night with Charles Barkley. He said that's the biggest thing with that Spurs rookie, that 7'4". Like, he's never lost. And right now they're losing by, you know, 20, 30, and 40. So it's more about his mental toughness throughout this year than his physical toughness, because he's never experienced it. So how is he going to handle this adversity? So, you know, that's a professional athlete, and, you know, we're sitting here dealing with 14, 15-year-old kids, you know, trying to do the same thing. And I think that's one of the hardest part of the jobs is, you know, you grow up, and, you know, if you haven't learned how to handle adversity, you know, when it gets thrown in your face for the, you know, first time or first, you know, in sports at, you know, 14, 15-year-olds, you know, all boys are still immature at that age. You know, I know I was.
Right. Absolutely.
So you know, we went through some growing pains. Hopefully, you know, this is a season where the old saying, you know, tough times create tough men, and hopefully we'll be better for it moving forward.
When we come back, we'll talk about your last game against Fort Walton, who comes in 5-4, and then we'll talk about your seniors you're losing here on WAZ 104.7.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Coach Thomas Grant. Coach, tonight we have Fort Walton Beach coming in 5-4. Now last week they did lose to Choctaw, and we sort of thought they was going to lose to Choctaw, but they come in 5-4. Let's talk a little bit about, and listen, they went from 2 years not winning a game. Now they've got 5 wins. Open enrollment. Get who you can get, I guess. That's just the great thing about an open enrollment, right? Tell me what you have got to prepare for, some of the things that you see that they may be successful, or what you've got to stop.
I think their best players are running back Eddie Love. He came over from Navarre. He's rushed for 1,300 yards, whatever it is. He's a really good player. He's a dynamic player. I think he's like a 10-7, 10-6, 10-7 in the 100. He can really, really run. So if he turns the corner, we don't have anybody that can catch him. So our ends are going to have to do a good job of setting the edge and forcing them inside, and allow our linebackers to feel and hopefully be able to make the play. After that, they got Harrison Orr that's come over from Niceville. He's played quarterback, running back, outside linebacker. They have Eddie Love's brother, I believe, coming from Lighthouse Christian. Very dynamic player. He's at quarterback. He's good with his feet and his arm. They have a linebacker committed to South Florida, Hamilton. He's a big time player, so he plays a little bit of offense too. So, I think they had a kid at corner get offered by Mississippi State the other week. So they definitely have a lot of talent. I will say this: none of those guys, to my knowledge, were there for Coach Petrie. So, I think it's a combination of Coach Clayton coming in and bringing a lot of excitement to the program, and obviously,
getting all those
Jimmys and Joes.
That's right.
If you talk to any football coach, they're going to
it's all about that.
It's Jimmys and Joes.
That's right.
And
if you get 2 Jimmys and Joes in high school football, right? Quarterback receiver or quarterback running back.
Especially in the Panhandle.
That's right.
Especially in the Panhandle. So
that's right.
Now maybe down in South Florida, Central Florida, maybe may get a few more.
That's right.
But look, he's done a good job. They're 5-4. I think they came in at the 9 or 10 spot for their region. So they're still an outside shot for them to make the playoffs. So so we'll see.
Some people had to lose. They'd have to win. Coming in, so they have a little bit to play for. Going back to the Leon game, I forgot to mention, I had a phone call during the game on Thursday night. Hey, just let you know, those are brothers running for you. So you've got to, they did
Manuel and Patrick Rogers.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah, look, they've been great. I thought Manuel had his best practice yesterday. He was on point. He was hitting the hole. He's been a sponge all year long. He's really led by example, these last 3 or 4 weeks. And, those brothers have had, back-to-back 100-yard games apiece. So,
that's great.
And look, you got to tip your hat to the offensive line.
That's what I was going to say.
Because they've started, playing the way
you need them to play.
We need them to play. And hats off to them.
If you look at it, you can tell the difference the last 2 weeks. You go 35-0 the 2 games before that. The Niceville game may have taken, that was a hard-fought game. Scored 21 points, I think, against Niceville.
Yes, sir.
And then to get blanked those last 2 games. I also see a big difference in Turtle from the Mosley game, which was probably one of his worst games, or Child's remote, one of the 2.
Yes, sir.
He just didn't have a great game. But and then to come out and do what he did, finding his guys and high percentage passes.
Yeah, Turtle, threw 3 touchdown passes against
Milton.
Against Leon, and then I know he threw 1 against Milton, I believe.
Okay.
I think that was the Patrick Rogers, and then he ran for 1 against Milton too.
That's right.
So he had 2 total against Milton and 3 total against Leon. And Milton, I think he threw for right at 140, 150, somewhere
I think
there.
it was
and he
9
ran
for
14.
9 for 14.
You know,
right.
and he rushed for over 100 yards that game
Yeah.
too. So then this game, they really didn't give us the option for a quarterback to run. So we ran for over 300 yards though in both those games. So that's kind of the common. It goes back to be able to run the football, stop the run. That's something that we've done the past 2 weeks very well.
From Rickards to now, so you've got 9 games. Have you seen your team evolve from where you started to where they are now? What's the difference between game 1 and game 9, you think?
I think, one is that, some people or some players are more comfortable in their position of making plays, especially the younger guys. I think offensive line has probably been the most growth over those 9.
Well, that's good.
9 games.
Well, that was your concern to begin with,
And there's been some good stuff. Is there things still to work on? Absolutely. But, they've done a good job of stepping up. And, we've lost 2 or 3, to season injuries.
Yeah.
So, but like I said, the past 2 games, whenever you rush for over 300 yards, they're doing something right up front. And I think defensively, we've tried a couple different defenses to try to stop the run. In the last 2 weeks, we kind of settled in on the defense that we've been running, and they've done a really, really good job of executing our game plan.
If you start giving out awards, and I'm not a big awards guy, unless you get. I think we're sort of in the same group there as far as not giving out. I know the first time that the city started giving out trophies to all the teams, I think I was coaching one year. My older boys was on the team, and I think we got 3rd, 4th, 5th, something like that. And I said, "You ain't taking that." It was a little medallion or something. But with that being said, looking at offensively, who do you feel like's really produced the most for you this year? If you had to pick a guy,
if I had to pick one guy that's been consistent not only this year but in his career, is probably the center Michael Foley.
Okay,
that's
a good choice.
He's probably needed surgery since his sophomore year on his shoulder, so he's just battled. He's a warrior. He knows the offensive line, the plays. He can play anywhere. He's constantly telling 2 or 3 guys, the rules to make sure he always gets us in the right pass protection. So he's been a warrior all year long.
And he's a senior.
He's a senior. That's just my vote. We do awards at our banquet, which the coaching staff, they'll all vote on it.
What about defensively?
Oh man, there's a couple. I know one I'd have to probably say is Maddox Reeves. He's been a really nice bright spot this year for us. I saw a change in him.
Playing both ways, huh?
Playing both ways.
Yeah.
He's had a great attitude, great buy-in this year. Another one that's a senior that has played really, really well, especially the past 4 or 5 weeks, is Malcolm Haynes on the defensive line. He has been terrific in doing what we asked him to do. Played great, has had great effort. Braden Hood has stepped in since the Child's game and has really a guy that's led by example, been a team leader, and has played a little bit both ways too. So those are 3 guys, and look, there's more.
Yeah.
I'll say this. Before the year started, our best defensive player was Jaden Appleby. But he was lost after the I think 3 or 4 plays into the Child's game.
Yeah.
So really,
right.
he had him and Parks has not played in any October games.
And I gotta say something about Parks. I found out that his mom passed away during the season.
Yes, sir.
And here he is trying to battle. He wants to play. He's been out there hurt when you do run him. I guess he hadn't run him lately, but here's a kid that's got big heart. That I found out also he's a 4.something
4.2,
GPA.
I believe. Yes, sir. He wants to be an engineer. It's like I think civil engineer. Hopefully, I said the right engineer that he wants to be. But look, the mental toughness that he's shown throughout this whole process is unbelievable. Senior year, and look, he's an incredible young man, and he's going to be a tremendous dad, a tremendous husband. He's the type of young man that you want your daughter to marry just because he has great work ethic. He's a great human being. He's just a wonderful young man.
Well, let's talk about our seniors. This is it. This is their last. Most kids that play high school football, the last game is probably the most emotional game. I would say for a kid that doesn't have aspirations to go in or don't have the talent to go to the next level. So let's just talk about them. How many, first of all, are you losing?
21.
21. Let's go down the list. Let's start with offense. However you got them listed there, it doesn't really matter. However you want to do it.
Offense, start with Turtle, the quarterback. He's had an up and down year, but the last 2 weeks he's been really good. But the one thing that he's always done is lead by example. He's one of the first ones in the weight room. He works his butt off. He does everything you ask him to do. He's whatever he decides to do, he's going to be great at it.
Did he play last year at all at quarterback, or I can't remember?
Just
a
few snaps.
Yeah,
a few snaps. And then obviously Michael Foley is another one. He's been a 3-year starter for us.
Oh, that's awesome.
Whether it's offensive line or whether it's at sniffer. The young man that came in late in the game, Colt Shores, that threw the touchdown pass.
Yeah.
He's a senior. That was his first pass attempt of his career in a varsity game. So he has the best quarterback rating in the state of Florida. So
That's cool.
Then you've already kind of hit a couple of them with Parks and Appleby. They were probably two of our best senior skill guys.
Are they going to get to play at all, or are they done?
I mean, they have an opportunity. I know Parks. It all depends if the school that offers him has the engineering program. Because he like you said, he's 4.2. He knows what he wants to do. So, and Appleby, I think, he has a couple of people looking at him right now.
No, I mean Friday night against football.
I'm
sorry, I didn't.
No, you're good. Appleby, no, he had surgery. He's out the rest of the year.
He's out.
And then Parks will be a game time decision. So it'd be really nice for him to find the end zone one more time.
Yeah, would that be great?
Yeah, because look, he hasn't played it in any October games really, and he still is one of the area that has I think 6 or 7 touchdown catches.
Yeah.
So it'd have been nice to have him for those, a healthy version of him. A couple of senior offensive linemen, Maddox Reeves, like I said, he's been going both ways. Andrew Russ, he's a guy that's been here every day. He's a great young man. He's going to be a great, just a great husband, father. Plays on the offensive line, has played a little bit defensive line. Isaiah Brooks he came out as a junior. Played JV as a junior, and then he was a starter as a senior this year. He's actually getting a couple, looks at some smaller schools to be able to play at the next level. And then moving to the defense side of the ball, Billy was a move-in. He's played linebacker for us. He's been hurt, a lot of the year with the ankle problem, so he'll be a game time decision too. Ahmad Robinson is probably, one of my favorite players on the whole team, just because I've known, him since elementary school when I was at Bob Sykes. I kind of grew up with his dad before, he passed away.
Okay.
Ahmad means a lot to me, so I'm excited to see what he does in the future, because he's going to be a good one too. Juwan Edwards, he's been kind of a third down pass rusher for us. I think he actually had a sack last week, number 14.
Yeah.
Keyshawn Smith, he's probably played his best football in his career this year. It was a guy that was probably just used as special teams until this year. He's been a starter for us at linebacker. Josiah Galbraith has started on special teams for us, another senior. Elijah Whaley Boyd has played on special teams for us, and he's gotten in. He's a linebacker too. Cameron Sweeney played some special teams. He's also one of my weightlifters on the boys weightlifting team. Does a great job. A great kid. Reed Fleming he started the past 2 games, I believe, at maybe 3 games at defensive line. He's also come in and been a tight end for some too. Tristan Interest has been a backup cornerback for us this year. Ethan Myers, the kicker, has worked his butt off, he's had up and down. And
he's had some great games.
Yes.
Then not so great. But I mean,
I'll say this: it hasn't been he kicks every single day. He kicks during 4th period. He kicks after school. and look, he's also going to be he finished top 10 in state and Olympic last year. So he's one of the strongest kids on our team.
How about that?
He loves the weight room, and he does a really good job.
Bet you wish all of them loved the weight room.
Yes, sir. Cool? Blake Robbins is a guy that this was his first year playing varsity. He's been playing JG, and he's one of the hardest working young men on our team. Great kid. You hate to lose kids like him, but he's just such a great young man. I believe that's all of our seniors.
So out of those
right
21 kids, how many of those pretty much were full-time starters for you? Just curious how many full-time starters that you're losing on the senior staff. Of course, the quarterback. And if you look at Appleby's a senior?
Yes, sir.
And Parks, they made impact when they was playing, but, the last 4 or 5 games they've been out.
Yeah, and I almost forgot about Braden Hood, man. Since he stepped in the Child's game, he's been tremendous. Like I said earlier that he's been a great leader since he's been out there. He's going to be sorely missed, and he's going to he'll have a chance to extend his career. But since Hood came back, I'd say out of those 21, 6, and 2 of them, like I said, with Parks and Appleby, haven't played since. The upside.
Yes, sir. is all of the kids that got snaps that are coming back. That'll be really.
Yes,
listen, this is not too many years. Do you have freshman, sophomore, junior laden team? Freshman, sophomore.
Yeah, especially here. There's some area schools that it seems like they have 30, 40 seniors every year, but that's for other reasons.
Right. That's right.
But look, in high school football, it's going to go in cycles. So especially if you do it the right way. So and look, I'll say this. I wish we could change the Rickers game with that 1-point loss and make a few more plays. Now we're looking at 5-5. But hopefully, this last 3-game winning streak will be momentum going to the off season, and hope put a fire in their belly to really work hard and really hit the ground running next year.
All right. Before we sign off, and this will be your last coach show this year, give me a couple of situations in games that really that'll stand out this year. Any game, any play, a situation that you'll remember, that you'll put up on your chalkboard.
I think the emergence of Patrick Rogers and Manuel Robinson at running back. I think them being the catalyst to the run game.
In the bright spot, they're coming back, and they've still got what is that, freshman, sophomore, right?
Freshman, sophomore, 2 or 3 years. I think there was a time like I told you earlier, the last game. We had Max Anderson, sophomore, Landon Scott, and there was another young linebacker. I can't think of his name right now. So Zai Range, another sophomore. So look at those 3 young men right there. Those are the type of kids that you build your defense around, because they're high character, high motor. They love the weight room. They do everything. They try to do everything right. So that's a bright spot. Sean Johns, sophomore in the secondary. We have Ali Ingersoll that's come up and gave us great minutes in practice. Got in. He's a freshman. Austin Stanley, 6'4" freshman that caught that last touchdown pass.
Yeah.
Another freshman. So, and look, in this freshman offensive line class, a lot of them didn't play on the varsity. Now they dressed out for most of the varsity games, but there's a lot of potential there and some size. So, we got to get bigger and stronger this off season, and that's something that we're really going to focus on.
I know we talked about this before we went on air, but you're waiting to see what the state does with the alignment and all that stuff, and that's still in the talking stages. When would you like to start working on your upcoming schedule for next year? It's just right around the corner, by the way.
But we play the 3rd, so I'll be working on it November 6th. That Monday, so yes, sir.
All right, well, I appreciate it, Coach, and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Well, here it is, countdown to kickoff, where we cover all 30 teams in Northwest Florida and South Alabama. And this year it's sponsored by the Holloway Agency.
This is Dusty Holloway, owner of the Holloway Agency, and we are proud supporters of the Crestview Bulldogs. The Holloway Agency is your locally owned and operated independent insurance agency, and we offer a full line of coverages for all of your home, auto, business, and life insurance needs. Our offices are located at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in historic downtown Crestview. Feel free to drop in, or you can give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can go to our website at www.thehollowayagency.com. Go Dogs!
Welcome to Countdown to Kickoff. It's the final week of regular season. Next week, we will be calling the Walton game, and we'll be talking about who we think they may be playing. It's going to come down to a couple teams, but we're going to break down the last week for you here. Week is gone, Dusty. Week 11 is here, and it flew by pretty quick. And then we're going to break down the information we have for all the regions, the districts and regions of play, and got a pretty good idea. But there are some key matchup, Dusty, tonight that is going to determine who plays who in the playoffs.
Yeah, especially in Class 4S, a lot going on that could move some teams around.
Yeah.
It could move some teams into the playoffs. It could move some teams out of the playoffs. The other three classifications that we really follow, not a lot of movement in or out of the playoff
Just
picture.
seeding, huh?
Just seeding and who they possibly might be playing the first round. But I always say, if you want a quick time period, always look to the 11 weeks that make up the regular football season. It's the fastest 11 weeks of the year. I don't know why it is, because it's only one night a week, but it's something about football season in general. You look at college football. Absolutely, I love college football, and we're 2/3 of the way through it.
Yeah, I think there's 4 games left.
Four games left.
Right.
4 or 5 weeks at the most left. Once you get to
holidays,
once you get to Thanksgiving, that's rivalry week. The week after that's your conference championships, and then you start bowl games.
Then you wait a couple weeks and to start your tidy bowls, and then wait until you get after Christmas is the good ones, right?
Yeah. Usually starting that week between Christmas and New Year's is when your good games start.
The best games and the playoffs and all that. Well, here we are. We've got really some. If you look at the records, you have basically 2 teams in our coverage area that we've been covering really close that is undefeated. After that, Dusty, really, you take the top team out of each district. Other than that, everybody's just wadded up together, 5-4, 4-5. Some 3-6 teams like ourselves. A couple 6-3s, but most everybody, if they're not on top of their district, they all beat up on each other. It seems like.
Yeah. There's your 2 undefeated teams are Bozeman and Walton, and they're in our 2 smallest classifications, or 2 of our smallest classifications. But so your 3S and 4S, which has got the majority of our teams, it seems like. You got Choctaw at 7-2. You've got Niceville at 7-2. Pace at 7. There's a good bit of 7-2. So solid seasons. But you look at, say, like a Navarre and Niceville, both of them sitting at 7-2.
Somebody's going to lose.
Somebody's going to be 7-3. Somebody's going to be 8-2.
And Navarre is the district champ sitting there. Could have a worse record than Pace, but yet they're going to get in, and we're going to talk about that. That's going to be really interesting. Well, Old Bozeman 9-0. Let's start it off with them. They're playing Rutherford last week. They beat Holmes County, who was right there with them. They could have had a tie record. They beat Holmes County last week, 29-16. Although Rutherford's a little bigger school, they shouldn't have a problem, would you say, with Rutherford at 2-7?
I wouldn't think so, no.
Holmes County plays Destin. Now, that could be a pretty good little matchup. Destin coming in 7-1 and Holmes County 7-2.
Holmes County coming off their loss last week to Bozeman and playing a Destin school, like you said, coming in solid at 7-1. And you look at Holmes County, and Holmes County solid in the playoffs in Class 1 and 1R. which is where they take the top 24 teams in 1R
Yeah.
and break it down into the playoffs from there. Holmes County through 9 games, averaging just under 40 points a game. So
That's strong.
offensively doing a great job.
That's strong.
The main thing I see with this game this week for Bonifay is they are playing, they got a tough game against Destin. They are roughly a point ahead of Bluntstown. And that makes up, they're currently a 7 seed. Bluntstown is an 8 seed.
Okay.
So really, if you remember us talking about it last week, the top 8 teams in 1R get a bye. Okay.
Okay.
Then you've got 9 through 16 play the first round. The winners of those games plays the 8 team that gets.
Plays those teams ahead of.
And those top 8 teams automatically get a first round home game that second round.
Ah.
So even if Holmes County happens to lose this game, it would be a 8 seed possibly versus a 7 seed.
Well, let's look at the one team that they played. They both played, and that's Bozeman. Destin lost 35-9. Now Holmes County, we just said, lost 29-16.
Yeah.
So they played Holmes County a little tougher.
Yeah.
So I would hold on. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, I would say Holmes County got the edge a little.
I think so. Destin's had a great season. Even if Destin loses this game tonight, still a great season for Destin at only their second year. And I think that Holmes County, knowing that they're getting playoff ready, trying to come off of a loss, the last thing you want to do going into playoffs is not only go in coming off a loss, but back-to-back losses.
Right.
So I look for Holmes County to come out with a little fire in their belly and find out a way to pick up the win.
Chipley and Bluntstown. What does this have to do? Chipley comes in 5-2, Bluntstown 6-2. Chipley has the home field advantage. Last week, Chipley won a close one to Taylor County, who was only 2-6 in that game, for 15-14. Don't know what happened. And Bluntstown beat Liberty County 41-0. So, Bluntstown has probably the edge as far as based off of last week and how Bluntstown's on a roll. But does this have any effect on that bye that you're talking about?
Bluntstown is currently sitting as the 8th seed. So they
Wow.
And guess who's the first man out at number 9? Chipley.
Oh, wow. So 8 and 9.
8 and 9.
So whoever wins this based on the points could Chipley jump Bluntstown if they beat Bluntstown. How many points separate them?
There's about 1.2 points.
1.2?
I don't know if that's this late.
I don't know
if 1.2 is going to be made up in one game.
But you're beating the Bluntstown.
That's got a good record.
That is a great record.
Yeah.
And, I don't know what the strength of schedule, what that'll look like.
I can tell you this. This is basically going to be, not that you're done if you lose. This is just because of the implications that it could mean a first-round bye for somebody, plus
Chipley's at home.
Whoever goes, if Chipley stays the 9 seed, okay, they won't get a bye, but at least they are guaranteed the first round at home.
Right, because they're on top of that they're split those 16
right.
teams.
And then you have to start thinking, okay, if I'm the 9 seed, that's all well and good, but then that means the 9 seed, if they win their first playoff game, would play the 8 seed.
No, it sure does.
And guess who that would possibly be?
Bluntstown.
Bluntstown.
So back-to-backer.
For Bluntstown, it could be back-to-back. For Chipley, it could be 2 out of 3 weeks because Chipley would have to play
the first round.
Right.
Wow. Well, so that's going to be a good game to watch and see how that Jay 6-3. They're playing Blackshear. They beat Weewa last week 35-22. Where does Jay sit in the playoff picture?
Jay's a 15 seed,
so
they're pretty much in a position where
they're on the road.
16.
No, they
would be able to. They would be able to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They would host a first round game right now at a 15 seed.
Okay.
If you look at where they're at, they are roughly 1.2 points ahead of Acilla Christian for that seed. And actually, there's another one of those situations. Even if Jay lost a position, they would still be hosting a first
host round. Okay, so they are at home and they're playing a Blackshear who comes in 3-6. Probably Jay's going to pull that one out, pick up a win there. Vernon, are they outside looking in? They're taking on FAMU, which is 1-8. They probably gonna get a win tonight. That'll make them 5-5.
I'm trying to look here, and I do not see. I think Vernon might
Vernon's
be
outside.
on the outside.
Outside looking in. So the rest. How about Northview taking on Walton? If they beat Walton, now they have to travel to Walton.
Mm-hmm.
That'll make them 4-5. You know, they're short one game.
Mm-hmm.
Are they outside looking in right now?
No, they're actually 22nd. So they've got a little bit of a cushion.
It's 24?
24.
24
so
teams that make it.
Yep.
So if they lose to Walton, they shouldn't lose that many points because Walton with
right. They are. They're
the
about 1.2. They're 1.2 points ahead of the 24, which is Weewa Hitchcock.
Okay. Well, looking real quick, like at Weewa, they have Franklin County, who is 0-9. So
Weewa's going to pick up a win.
They're going to pick up a win.
Not going to pick up a lot of points for the win.
And they
Franklin County.
And they lost to Jay. So I don't see how in the world they could jump Jay.
That's true.
You know, I don't see them jumping.
Well, we're talking about Northview right now.
Oh, I'm talking about Northview.
Yeah.
That's right. Never mind. We're talking, and you want to talk about, we got it right in front of us and we're messing up. I hate for y'all to be listening to this. But Northview's right now, they're in it. Baker's done for the year. Freeport has Sneeds, and Graceville has, we just mentioned Cottondale.
And real quick before we move on, just one thing about Baker real quick.
Yep.
They had every right 5 or 6 games into the season to call it a lost season and to just and walk away.
What were they, 0-5?
They started out 0-6.
0-6.
Either 0-6 or 0-5, and they either won the last 3 games or won 3 of the last 4. Won 3 of the last 5.
Yeah.
So went on. After starting, what would that have been? 0-4, I think. Yep. Started 0-4, and then went 3-2.
Win, loss, win.
Went 3-2 the last 5 games.
Yeah.
So hey, for the fact that Baker, let's just call it, lost a lot of talent over the last 2 years.
Right.
And definitely in rebuild mode, to come back and play hard like they did, easily could have, if things could have gone right a couple of games, we could have been talking about a team instead of 3-6, could have been talking about a team that was maybe 5-4 and would have been in the playoffs. So just a couple of plays away. I look for Baker to do what Baker does in the offseason, get stronger, get faster, maybe get some more guys to come up, build on the roster size to give them some depth, and look for them to turn things around.
Well, let's look at the Region 2 and see if there's anything. We know Wasilla Christian's in. They're off tonight. Bluntstown, we just talked about. Chipley, that game is not going to mean much for neither one of them, right? We had mentioned that.
Yep.
Port St. Joe has Bay. Bay comes in 4-5. Port St. Joe is 5-4. Are they in if they win?
Yeah, Port St. Joe's in. Yeah,
whether they win or lose.
Yeah, they're in. They are currently the 18 seed, and let's just go ahead and say when they win this, you said they're playing Bay.
They're playing Bay, who's 4-5.
That's going to be a good game. Yeah, toss-up game. So if you look at Port St. Joe, they are.
You said 18.
They're 18.
They're not going to drop down.
19
out
is
of it.
Cottondale, which
they have Graceville. They're going to win.
Right.
They'll be 7, and that'll make them 7-3. But that win against Graceville, will that even give them any points to move up?
Right. No.
So,
not enough. Yeah, that Port St. Joe's pretty much going to be a lock either way at that 18.
What about Weewa? They're coming in 4-5. They're going to pick up a win against Franklin County. That'll make them 500. 5-5.
They're close to a point. They're the bubble team. They're at 24. Weewa.
Oh, wow. Well, they're not going to lose any points by beating Franklin, will they? Who's 0-9?
No, they're not. Where they could is no.
Somebody could knock them out.
Well, Weewa would have to lose to Franklin County.
Okay, they're not going to lose.
And if they did happen to lose to Weewa, an 0-9 team, they are only 0.6 of a point ahead of the 25 team, which is Freeport.
Freeport has Sneeds. That's huge. Is Sneeds in it?
Sneeds is in as a 20 seed, and they are
a lock.
They're a lock, but it's
Freeport goes to Sneeds, so it's at Sneeds. Does Sneeds play to win that game?
I mean, Sneads doesn't really pick up anything, win or lose in this game tonight. I mean, they're
For sure, Freeport has more to play for.
oh, without a doubt.
And Freeport is sitting there 3-6, like Baker.
Right, Baker was a 26th seed. If Baker had,
If they had a decent game tonight,
they possibly could have made a run for it.
oh man,
Yeah.
wow.
But we're all basing this on, number one, we're all basing this on Weewa getting beat by Franklin County.
And that ain't gonna happen.
It's not, so
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, we can end all conversation with that.
Okay, so moving over to 1S, District 1, the only team there is North Florida Christian, and that is it. When we look at their playoff, and nobody made it. Rocky's they end with a 4-6. They're not even playing. North Florida ain't playing. They have their way, and the rest of those teams. So North Florida's going to move on and represent 1SD1, which is really not. Where are they located? North Florida. They're in Tallahassee. That's right. All right, let's move right over to 2SD1, and we talked about it. Walton is undefeated, sitting top of that heap, and they have Northview coming to town. And should they beat Northview? Absolutely, but Northview scares me.
And Northview's picking up some momentum at the right time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have Walton. I talked to Coach. I went over there, and let me just say this: we're going to be calling their playoff game, and went over there to look at their facility. I've never in my life seen facilities like that for high school. 3 stories, press box. You go in, you get in the elevator, go up, of course, and when you each floor has the bottom floor is the field house for the baseball team. Because the baseball field's right behind it. Second floor and third floor has a huge lobby where you can wine and dine, and then they have their individual press boxes.
Right.
Really, really amazing. So he's got a great setup there, and he says, he's expecting a close game, but if for some reason he did get 3 touchdown lead, he was going to pull everybody to give them a rest for next week. So. That's going to be a good game to watch, and they come. Walton had a week off last week, beating Pensacola 46-0, and Northview played. They were open last week actually, so they're rested up well too. So that should be a pretty good little matchup.
And as far as where they're at right now in their region, Region 1, Walton is sitting at the number 1 seed.
Okay.
Number 2 seed is Wakula, and
they're off.
They're done. They've played. This is their open week. There is, might as well say, a point difference between first and second place.
They draw out of first place.
They've got a lot to play for.
They do.
It's not going to affect them. First round, they would still be at home. Second round, even as a 2 seed, they would still be at home. Where it would come into play is if they get into that third week. If you're that 1 seed, you're guaranteed 3 weeks at home.
That's right.
Yeah. So that 1 seed is important. You're not on the road. And that third week happens to be Thanksgiving.
Oh wow!
And, you think about everybody's
kids are off.
Kids are out of school. Kids trying to enjoy Thanksgiving with their family. You're trying to get Thanksgiving practices in on Wednesday while the kids are out of school. Thursday, Thanksgiving Day, and then trying to travel somewhere on Friday. You play at home is a huge positive that third round if they make it that far. So, they're going to get a Northview squad that has got a lot to play for themselves. If you look at it, I mean, Northview is they're pretty much solidified, but they're trying to get playoff ready. They're going to come in working, trying to make sure that they're coming in as a bottom seed, and they're
where are they at on?
They're in 22nd. 22nd out of 24.
So is that 3-6?
Yeah. And in the playoffs, but it's what's got them in is
playing tapes and
strength of schedule. So definitely you're going to get a Northview team that's coming in that's going to be not just saying, hey, we're going to post in and if we lose, whatever. As far as first round implications for Walton, they're either going to have South Walton or Marietta.
That's it. And we're going to talk about that in just a second. Pensacola Catholic has a team that's actually pretty good, St. John Paul. They come in 4-5. If they lose this game, Catholic at 7-2.
Yeah, there's not really. There's about a 3-point gap between Pensacola, like I said, it's a 4 seed right now. And Florida High, which is a 3 seed. They're just shy of 3, so they can't go up. And then there's about a 3-point gap between them and Florida.
Okay, so they're stuck right where they're at, which is where?
Win or lose, which is Catholic, which is a 4 seed.
So the 4 seed is going to be playing, what do we say, the 5?
Which is
Swanee.
Swanee, regardless of what they do, they're 2.5 points behind Catholic. They're 3 points ahead of Gadsden County, which is the 6th seed.
So we know for probably almost 99% Pensacola and Swanee is going to play each other. Pensacola will be hosting that. West Florida and Pensacola is out of it. They've got a couple of games. West Florida's got good breeze, but and then the Yale Wash Bowl, I hate it for them. Good Lord.
The Wash Bowl will be staying
in season 3. So, and I think they're in the playoffs, so we'll talk about that.
Have we ever had a team that has scored 1 touchdown through the regular season before? Well, what's Arnold?
Arnold's the same.
Are they the same this year?
Yeah.
That's. I don't want to say it's the 2 worst teams we've had in my time covering like we do on Countdown to Kickoff, but I'd be danged if it ain't close.
You know, Graceville, although they have one game, they've got like 50 points.
Yeah. I mean, 7 points, that is a touchdown, folks, over the course of 9 games. And honestly, Pensacola playing Escambia, I don't expect them to score a touchdown. 10 games that you can muster one. Hey, you better have, if you're in Pensacola's band, by the way, you better have the place.
They got RIF 0 to 42, so you can have that. They've had 400 points scored on. Wow. And scored 7. Something has happened.
You don't even know what the facts on South.
I mean, if the Greens are rolling pretty good.
Is there?
Last time I played, the Greens.
Man, I don't think
When
that's
they come
sad.
out to start the game, that's about the only time. Seriously?
Oh, that's right. Or you only play it.
And if you're the field goal, or if you're the kicker,
Everything else is shit.
you kick off either first to start the game or start the second
They're
half.
overshitting. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh, we're gonna
unless you're the punter and the kicker, you get punt, so a lot.
Don't cast it out.
Cast it out for the turkey.
2SD2 and talk about
Cast it out on unfertile ground.
Walton's going to play. South Walton has Mariana. The loser of this game will play Walton. Is that correct? Because Mariana right now is 7. South Walton is 8. They're so close. The winner, if it's South Walton, they should jump. They should flip-flop, right?
2/10 of a point separate.
If Mariana wins, they can't go to, could they go to 6?
It depends on if Gadsden County loses.
Not worried.
So, because right now, Mariana and Gadsden County are.
Gadsden County ain't going to lose. They're playing gateways.
Okay, so they're not going, even with a Mariana win, they're not going to jump half a point. Even if Gadsden County wins, they're against a weaker team. Mariana with a win is going to stay at the 7 seed.
So you think them beating a 6 and 3 is not going to get them more than a half a point? Because
no, I don't.
That's a huge win.
But a Gadsden County win is still going to garner them some points.
Yeah,
and it's all averaged
that's
in
true.
over the course of the year.
I guess so. Yeah.
And then a South Walton loss. A South Walton loss
will keep them right there.
Is going to keep them because they're over 2 points ahead of Godby.
Okay. So we know for a fact that the loser will play Walton.
Walton, yep.
And that's either going to be Mariana or South Walton. So South Walton travels to Mariana.
And the winner gets Wakulla.
Oh.
So
pick your poison.
Yeah, and Wakulla's coming in undefeated as well.
So who wants to travel the farthest? I guess that's what
it boils down to.
That's what it calls. You're both going to bend over and take your medicine.
Yeah.
And be done with it. South Walton last week beat North Bay 50-26. Mariana got beat 38-0.
Now I will say this: pull up South Walton. South Walton 6 and 3. South Walton started the season, if I'm not mistaken, they started the season slow. Yeah, well they went
3-5, 3-2.
Okay, so they
lost to Fort Walton 28-13. And then they lost to Walton. They played Walton really good, 34-31. And they'll have to play them again.
And they've got one more loss. Who was the other loss to? Choctaw. You look at South Walton's losses. To be sitting there as an 8 seed, that is a strong 8 seed.
Good Lord. They scored 30 points on Choctaw. Do you know how many Crestview scored on? Not that many.
Not that many.
Not that many.
So South Walton, but even with a win, that will move them. And I'm gonna go ahead and say I think South Walton. After looking at that, I think South Walton will pick up the win against Mariana.
We scored 27, by the way. So I mean, not as many as South Walton.
I think South Walton will pull off that win.
Okay.
So they're going to be a 7 seed, and they get to go play Wakulla.
Yep. And Walton gets Mariana, and if I'm not mistaken, now hold on just a second. Their losses have come in a row, almost 3 in a row, and one of them was Walton.
And it was a significant loss.
Big loss compared to South Walton. I think Coach White is rooting for Mariana right now.
Yeah.
That would be an easier path than South Walton, who he barely beat.
No, he's going to be pulling for South Walton.
I'm sorry, he'll be pulling for South Walton. Yeah. I meant to say he's pulling for Mariana to lose. Right? Yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Because he beat Mariana 48-14. That'd be a much easier path. That's right. Mariana's lost to Gaston County, Walton, Godby, and they just lost last week, like we said, to little baby Florida High, 38-0. So I think you're right. South Walton wins this game. Although it's, at Mariana, I see South Walton winning this game. I just don't know if South Walton is thinking to themselves, man, we almost beat Walton, and we're going to go over there and play Wakulla, who beat the dog crap out of us.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how that goes. Gaston County, we said they're in. They're not going anywhere, right? They've got Gateway. They're at 6.
They're 6. They're pretty solid because they're going to win, but
they play the 3 seed. Who is that going to be?
That is going to be Florida High.
Florida High? Well, they're going to get the butt beat there.
Yeah, Gaston County's 3 points behind Live Oak Swanee, which is the 5 seed, in which we said, Catholic will host Swanee the first round. That's pretty much locked in there. So really, the main things we're going to see possibly here is who Walton and Wakulla is going to play first round.
I got you.
Yeah.
All right, well, when we come back, we'll get into 3 and 4. Get your spread in, 850-682-1177. How many points you think Crestview or Fort Walton will win by tonight? By the way, I got all kind of text Friday night on the spread.
Really?
Last Friday night. You know what I was doing when I was getting them? I was laying in bed, all right? I was what was I doing last Friday night?
Oh, gosh, yeah, because we played on Thursday.
We played on Thursday night.
Did you listen?
Yeah, they did. Well, there was, 200, 300, 400 people on that, but they're, the regulars just wasn't that. The regular guys that's been doing it for years. Yeah. And then I had somebody go, hey, where y'all at? Bill from Milton goes, where y'all at? I can't find your feet. Dude, that was last night. We likely got shot and you missed it. I mean, really. We played golf Friday morning with these guys, and they go, you did what? Y'all played where? Where? Are you kidding me? Did you have security? Absolutely, we did. First announcement, hey, we've got the sheriff's department here with machine guns. If you should feel safe. You know what Coach Grant told me? Leon is turfed.
At their home school?
At their home school. We could have had a Friday night game at their home school. Tell me why they are playing there in the prison camp down there with machine guns.
That I don't know.
Because we had just as many fans as they did, and I wouldn't blame the fans from not going down there.
And we talked about this. It's one thing that a Thursday night game is always going to affect crowd size. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you're playing. It's going to affect crowd size.
Is.
But there's also something to be said about playing at your home stadium if you got the ability and the means to play at a home stadium. Right. And Leon has, I can remember, it's been, 10, 12 years.
When did we call that game? Now, the sun was in our face, but
still,
the early game.
The look that they had, it was at
it was in a bowl.
And you got that old
sort of like a Scambia that has the hillside, and
the school sits right behind it. It's kind of an older school.
Old Oxford field.
Yeah. It was a nice atmosphere, I thought.
Absolutely.
So not sure why they do that.
I don't understand either. When we come back, we'll break down 3 and 4 here on WAZ 104.7. Appreciate the Holloway Agency for sponsoring Countdown to Kickoff Week 11.
Have you recently received your home or auto insurance renewal and are coming down with a case of sticker shock? This is Dusty Holloway of the Holloway Agency, and we may be able to help you out with that problem. Our office is an independent insurance agency, and we represent multiple A-rated carriers. Feel free to give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can drop by our office at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in downtown Crestview for a free, no-obligation insurance review.
And we are back. Week 11. It is gone, people. Gone. Get your spread at 850-682-1177. How many points you think Crestview or Fort Walton, who comes in 5-4. Now, last week we knew it was going to be a blowout, but still, Fort Walton, 5 wins. Last 2 years, 0 wins. Mm-hmm. Got them a nice little MVP team. Kids moving in, or quarterback last year from Niceville, and then some running backs that they've got from Navarre and Lighthouse Christian. So, it's going to be a tough little matchup, I think, for the Dogs. I think the Dogs would like to go out winning, but listen to this, Fort Walton, 6-4, you call that a winning season. 5-5 is not.
It's a non-losing.
It's a non-losing, but it's not a winning
not a
season.
Winning. Yeah.
And wouldn't they love to come up here and beat the Dogs?
Oh, without a doubt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, to go from 2 winless seasons to a winning season.
To 6-4.
And it's only the difference in one game.
And they're on the bubble themselves. I don't think they're going to slide in.
No.
But just think about it, how close they were,
Yeah.
So anyway, 3S, that's Choctaw, Escambia, Pine Forest, Fort Walton, and Booker. Lincoln is the other team that's representing in 3S in our coverage area. Let's look at it. Choctaw has Mosley. What a game that's going to be. Mosley is a district champ, and this game has significant meaning for 4S, I do believe. If they lose, if Choctaw beats Mosley, Dusty, Mosley's the district champ.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they sitting at right now?
Mosley is sitting as a 9 seed.
A 9 seed. So they're going to bump somebody out.
As of right now, even though Mosley is as a 9
we're
seed.
We're talking about 4S, where you've got a 3S, you've got a 3S district champ in Choctaw, right?
Yeah.
Did Choctaw won their district, or did Escambia? You got it in front of you. Who's D1? What's Choctaw?
Choctaw, they're both D1. So Choctaw's on top, but Niceville's on top of Mosley. So
I'm going to tell you right now, if Choctaw is the district champ.
Yep.
Okay, so you've got 2 district champs playing. Mm-hmm. They're both in. They both going to get a.
Yep.
Oh, they're not both going to get a home game, are they?
Well, the first round we did verify that.
Because
we talked about
Mosley's going to be number 8, no matter how you slice it.
But as
if
long
they
as
win or lose,
remember that was what we talked about coming home last week.
Okay.
As long as the team, if they're the 8th seed, yes, they will have to travel because they're still.
That's right.
The only way that a lower seed district champion is
8 going to play 1?
Yes, they're traveling,
and that's going to be a district game. That's going to be a district team. Their district winner they're going to play.
Right.
Who is
St. Augustine.
Get their butts handed to them.
So the only going back to that, the only way a district champion that comes in as outside that top 4 can host and not have to travel is if the team that's the higher seed than them is a at-large team.
At-large team.
So if you got them as
they are going to. No.
Yeah, they'll travel.
They will travel.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, they're not guaranteed just because.
So the only way a district champion is going to play an at-large would be if they was
they better be in the top 4. In the top 4 seed, Yeah,
because a 5 will play a 4. Well, 4 could. Wait a minute. 4 could be at-large. That's right. See, 1 and 2 is going to be at-large in 4. But Niceville is an at-large.
Wait a second. I'm looking at 3.
So if Mosley was a 6 district and playing a 3 who is a Niceville at large, they would host that.
Okay. Yep. So let's do this. Let's shift back to because we're talking Mosley and Choctaw.
Yeah, we're having 3 and 4 playing each other.
We're keying them more on Mosley because they're 4S with the Dogs.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm getting myself confused. So
sorry.
Yeah.
So right now, Mosley getting back to 4S.
Mm-hmm.
for just a second. Mosley's at 9, but they are in the playoffs.
So technically, they're an 8 seed.
They're an 8 seed. They're going to bump right now. They're bumping Nice. Okay. Choctaw is sitting where in 3S.
So Choctaw is sitting currently as a 3 seed.
If they win or lose, does it make a hill of beans?
Absolutely no difference.
Absolutely not.
They're 4 points out of 2nd seed. They're 4 points out of 4th seed.
How well does the Choctaw and the Mosley coach know each other? It really doesn't matter, though. Because if, no matter what, Mosley's at 8, no matter what.
They
can they go to
they're
7?
7 seed. See, Mosley is almost 1.5 points out of
7.
Right.
So a win probably not going to get them up there. No. So they're both stuck where they're at. So Choctaw is at 3. Escambia is going to win their game. They'll have the old trophy back, or keep it the trophy. So they're going to be 7-3. Where are they sitting right now in 3S?
They're currently a 6 seed, and
they're not moving.
They're just under a point out of 5. And
guess who they play? Choctaw and Escambia is going to play each other in first round.
They will. Yep.
And Choctaw will have the home game.
Yep.
So your first round matchup, you've got 1-8, 3-6, 4-5, 2-7. If you're looking at a bracket, so Choctaw and Escambia will play each other. Is Pine Forest in it? Their season over?
No, their season's over, but their regular season is. But Pine Forest is your 4 seed.
They're 6-4.
Yeah, and they're not. They're almost 4 points out of 3 behind Choctaw. The only thing that's now
could 5 jump them?
5 could jump them, because between Choctaw at the 4 seed and Columbia Lake City at the 5 seed, there is less than 0.2 of a point separating them. So the 4 is going to play 5, but the huge factor is Pine Forest having a home game versus having to travel to Lake City. If they
they're at large, so they're going to play a district. Pine Forest is an at large, and Escambia is an at large, so they're not.
Wait a second. So okay. Lake City, Columbia is your District 3 champ.
So they're going to go to. We're talking about Pine Forest is sitting right now at 4, correct?
Yeah.
So they will get the 5. Who is 5?
Lake City, Columbia.
And they are a district champ.
Yes.
So they will travel to Lake Columbia.
Lake City, Columbia.
Regardless.
Even if they stay at 4, because this is one of those situations where Pine Forest is an at-large.
How about out of 8 seats, 3S District 1's got 3 of them?
Yeah.
That's amazing. How tough is that district? And Fort Walton sitting there could be 6-4 with Pine Forest and just sniffing it. Can't even get it in. Fort Walton, Booker T has Tateville in their season 1-8. Lincoln's in.
Yep.
They're the only one in our coverage area. So Lincoln's the 2 seed.
Yep.
And they're getting 7. Who is that?
That is going to be, looks like Matanzas.
Now, they're going to lose to Florida. I think Florida High is going to beat them. I could be wrong about that. Or do you think Lincoln beat Florida High?
I think Lincoln beat Florida High.
You think so? Yeah. That don't do anything to Florida High's where they're sitting. Okay. All right. Well, so that wraps up 3S. So your 1 seed for 3S
is St. Augustine,
and they're going to play 8. Who is
Middleburg?
All right. 2 has 7,
which is Lincoln taking on Matanzas.
3 plays 6, and that's Choctaw and Escambia. And then 4 and 5, which is Pine, will travel to
Lake City,
Columbia.
Yep.
Wow, great. That's almost as good as 2.
Yeah.
All right, here we are, outside looking in, but we still love 4S because that's where we're at. Can I say something? And I want everybody to listen to this. The news was broke, and I don't know if it was broke by us. I mean, I know other people. But on Wednesday, Tommy came out with a news story. Santa Rosa County has started a brand new high school on Highway 98 in between. It's going to be around Midway.
Yep.
Okay. And then they already have plans for one at Pea Ridge.
between Pace and Milton,
between
on the,
Pace and
on the north
Milton.
side of the county.
And the superintendent says, we want our students to have the best. That was a quote. We're sitting here in Okaloosa County. Every single high school, not counting Destin, is at least 60 years.
50 to 60.
50 to 60 years old, and no plans. No plans. And I hope that, I would love to see us have a South End High School here in Crestview. That's something I think would help the sports, would help everybody in general, will help the hallways in Crestview High School so the kids don't have to go outside to get around. We was talking about it earlier when I went to school there, and your wife, we had, when I went to school there was maybe about 500 kids there,
Right.
They've added a couple wings, but the hallways are still the same size.
Same size.
Still the same size. And you got 2,400 kids now.
Yeah.
Right? So, Santa Rosa County is on the move. They are planning how they have the money to build 2 high schools when there's no really the revenue, the bed tax, like Walton and Okaloosa.
Right.
Walton, of course, has a lot of bed tax.
Right.
But I know we have more than Santa Rosa.
You would think, yeah.
I mean, come on.
And, we just, and hey, maybe it is given benefit of the doubt. Was it just last year, 2 years ago, that we voted in the sales tax for the school?
Yeah, that's chump change compared to building high school. High school's
Right.
80 to 100.
The sales tax, the 1 penny thing is going to help renovate existing.
Right, that's
remodel,
that's it.
renovate.
Adding little buildings. They've added media centers.
Right.
Waste of daggum money if you ask the coaches and everybody else. But anyways, all right, 4SD1. You got Pace Navarre. Boy, what a district and all flabbergated situation here. So Pace has Lafayette. They pick up a game. We don't know if this game was changed in the middle of the season. If it was, this has no implications. They cannot get points for this game. The rules state if you change your schedule after your first game, you cannot get points because they don't want to allow teams to manipulate the schedule as needed if it's based on points, right? So you're getting down the road and say, oh crap, I'm going to dump this team and get a team I can get more points for. Can't do that. So, but what happened was Pace had a team scheduled. They were 0-9, didn't mean it. They canceled on them, and they picked up a team called Lafayette. I think they're
Mayo. It's a 1A school.
1A school. They're going to win this, but it will not matter about points. So as you look at the playoff bracket, just starting off, Dusty, I believe only one team is a lock, and that is it because there's so many things that can happen on every single game in our this D1 and D2.
Yep. One team that is a lock for their seed. There's several teams that are locked in the playoffs, but Buckholtz is firmly in as the number 1 seed. They are almost 6 points ahead of the number 2 seed, Ponte Vedra. So Buckholtz is a given. Let's kind of talk about how this can play out specifically
for Pace right now.
Pace, how this can all kind of work out for Pace. And how it works out for Pace, you got to look at District 3 and District 4.
Right.
Particularly District 4. Okay?
All right.
Ponte Vedra right now is a number 2 seed.
At large, right?
That's to be determined.
Right. Because.
So you got Ponte Vedra at a 2 seed. They're District 4. Then you've got down here, all the way down at number 8, is Nice. They are currently undefeated in district play. And they are playing Toccoa Creek tonight, which is District 4.
Okay. And they're 1-1. Nice is 2-0. Ponte Vedra is locked down at 2-1 in the district play to find out who's going to be the district champ in District 4.
So the outcomes for this is this way right here.
Right.
If Creekside
wins,
if Nice wins,
they're in.
They're district champ as a 7 seed. Okay. If Toccoa Creek pulls the upset, then that's going to leave you with
Ponte Vedra.
You have all 3: Toccoa Creek, Nice, and Ponte Vedra with 2 and 1 losses.
Okay.
But because of the way the tiebreakers would work out, it would go to Ponte Vedra.
Because
there's no way Toccoa Creek can win the district title.
They cannot at 2-1 because you look at head-to-head. Toccoa Creek doesn't have the head-to-head matchups, and then since you cannot figure out a head-to-head, break to determine it goes to points.
Right. So how this plays in for pace is right here. So if Nice wins their game against Toccoa Creek, that picks them up a district championship,
which leaves Ponte Vedra in there as an at-large.
Okay. Then you've got Creekside sitting between. So you've got Mosley, who's automatically going from a 9 to N.
That's right, 9
you've
to
got
8.
Nice, who's at an 8 as a district champion. So those two teams, Mosley and Nice, they're sliding up. You got Creekside, who is first team out with that slide.
Yep.
Creekside is playing Ponte Vedra. If Creekside finds a way to beat Ponte Vedra, they are only 0.4 of a point behind pace. You're going to be picking up a win over a big time school.
Right.
That is going to be enough to possibly push pace down a spot, which pushes them out of the playoffs.
Because the other two are sliding up. So the way pace gets knocked out is if Creekside beats Ponte Vedra, which we will know that ahead of time because they're an hour ahead of us.
Right.
So we'll keep an eye on that.
We sat there and talked about the Nice and Mosley. It all boils down to the Creekside game, honestly.
Right. Navarre and Niceville play. What a game this is. Does it affect either one of them? Navarre is the district champ at 7-2. Niceville's at large. Does it affect? They don't get knocked out. It just affects where they're going to be sitting at, right? In the bracket.
Right. Niceville is a 3 seed right now. They are roughly 0.6 of a point ahead of Barnum Trail.
Which if they lose to Navarre, they drop.
Right. Barnum Trail, though, has got an extremely tough game. They're taking on Jacksonville Mandarin, which is in 4M. So a little bit bigger school, a bit,
more athletic.
So Barnum Trail's got a tough road for them. Now they are about 1.3 points ahead of Navarre. So a Navarre win and a Barnum Trail loss could be enough to flip-flop and put Navarre in as a 4 seed, but I think you're still going to have. Even with a loss, I think Niceville's got enough of a point spread there. They probably should stay a 3 seed. It's going to be a matter of Navarre and Barnum Trail. Do they flip flop for the 4-5?
So really, Dusty, when you look at this bracket, only Buchholz at 1 is a foregone conclusion.
On their seed.
Everybody else, we don't know until after the games, and that'll flush out.
Yep.
That's the only.
The next closest one is Niceville. I think Niceville is a pretty firm lock at the 3 seed. That Barnum Trail Navarre, if they even, people say, well, it's just a 4-5 flip. It's a home game versus an away game.
And also, if I'm not mistaken, if they were saying that there's a possibility that Navarre could turn right back around and play Niceville, depending on the seed. So
yeah, they would. Niceville's a 3 seed.
If they beat Navarre, Navarre drops to 6, right? If Niceville beats Navarre, they drop to 6, and then they will play Navarre. They'll play Niceville again, and they'll have to go to Niceville again.
Right. I think there's still, the chances are Niceville first round is probably either going to have Pace, which is sitting as a 6 seed right now.
Okay.
Pace, Creekside, or Navarre. It's going to be one of those 3.
One of those 3 Niceville will have.
Yeah.
So
Creekside, they probably think Creekside looks real good right now.
Yeah. And that's really all the teams that really mean anything. Mostly, we already talked about they're sitting there as a district champ, so they're in no matter what. Probably at 8, we said, right?
Yes.
Actually, so they're a lock at 8. I would
they're
say
pretty much. They're going to be an 8 seed. I think. I just don't see no way. Yeah.
There's no way they can jump to 7.
Right, because if Nice loses, Nice is out.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Crestview tonight has Fort Walton. Dusty, your thoughts about, if Crestview can pull out a win tonight, that's a nice little ending to a really long season with a lot of kids hurt. You start your very first game at it, and Coach talked about on the coach's show, we beat Rickards, and we're sniffing all this too. That's a good possibility,
And what it does just mentally wise, the mentality to pick up that win early season. First game of the year.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you pick up that first win, and it, what does it do to the mental dynamics of the team moving forward? But starting out 1 and 6 or no 1 and 5.
Yeah.
And now I've got a chance to finish on a nice little winning streak here. What would it be?
1 and 6, buddy. I think we was.
It was 1 and 6.
Because we lost to Rickers, then we won Gulfbreeze, then we lost 1, 2, 3, 4,
I forgot
5
about
in a
Mosley.
row.
God.
The Childs and Mosley, no points scored. Well, you come off that emotional loss to Niceville, which should have been a closer game. Made some mistakes there. It just takes the air out of you. You lose to Childs 35-0, then you lose to Mosley 35-0. Which Leon beat Mosley. Go figure.
Yeah, I still haven't figured that one out.
And went over there and really handled Leon very well.
Yeah, and I tell you what, looking back on that, I mean, you can't say enough about Robinson and Rogers last week.
You cannot.
If anybody asked me what my takeaway was, is I don't know what else Crestview's got coming
over
back.
100.
You got a sophomore and you got a freshman that stole the show last week for Crestview, and as long as they can keep an offensive line available for those two, and a quarterback that can help get a little passing game going, the future offensively for sure looks extremely bright for the Bulldogs in that running backfield with those two back there. I think Crestview to finish out on a 3-game win streak, and you're still going to finish with a losing record. But just a 3-game winning streak is going to bode well as they go into the off season. They'll turn around right after Christmas and start conditioning.
Right.
They basically get this little 2-month window where they pretty much they probably lift a little bit just to stay there, but they'll get back into conditioning come after the first of the year. A lot of them play basketball, so they're going to stay. The cardio is going to stay in a good spot of your skill players, and then next thing you know, April rolls around and it's spring football.
And they're talking about right now, we'll know something, and hopefully before Thanksgiving, the coaches are really pushing. If they're going to change something up for the way we play next year, you really need to let the coaches know, because they would like to start scheduling really fast. So real quick, before we go, Andalusia's locked down. They already know they're playing. They're off this week, next week. They already know who they're playing. They're in the playoffs. How about W.S. Neal and T.R. Miller playing? W.S. Neal 7-2, T.R. Miller 6-3. This is probably the best matchup they've had in a long time as far as records.
And I'll be honest with you, this could be, and I'm not even going to try to speculate on it or find out how to figure it out. W.S. Neal's 5-2 in their region. Is T.R. Miller? No, T.R. Miller. They're in Class 4A. I'm not mistaken. So I was thinking in the past, in a few years ago, this would have had region implications on it. So both teams are playoff bound.
Yeah.
This is one of those things. This game is going to possibly deal with seeding based on your records or whatnot. But more than that, this is T.R. Miller playing W.S. Neal.
That's right.
You've got Murder Creek basically separating the two schools. There's no love lost there. Whenever both these teams are playing good, it's going to be a packed house.
So you got Andalusia, W.S. Neal, Florella's in the playoffs, and T.R. Miller's in the playoffs. So it's going to look good for our friends up north.
And hopefully Coach Brunson can
turn things around.
Yep. He got a team he hopefully can pick up a win against Ashford.
They're 4-5.
And last thing before we go,
I
like to do my little non-football stuff every once in a while. Good luck to the Lady Gator volleyball team. They won last night against Chipley in 4 sets, and they will be playing either Monday or Tuesday in the Final Four for the state championship.
Didn't we go down and call that game one year? Or somewhere?
We went for one of Crestview's games for volleyball.
So who do we do in Orlando volleyball?
That was Gainesville.
Gainesville.
It was Crestview.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I thought we
did a basketball game.
Girls basketball.
Yeah, whenever Baker made it to the Final Four.
That's what it was.
But
how about that?
Yeah, but going to the Final Four, and I'm telling you, I've watched with Madison playing volleyball. I watched a lot of high school volleyball. Last night was some of the best volleyball, regardless of classification. Even though it was 1A, both sides had 4 or 5 girls that were, whenever they were up front, they were bringing the heat.
How about that?
And I mean, it was such a fun game to watch, a fun match.
So Monday, that is Final Four.
Final Four bound. I think they played Monday, if I'm not mistaken.
How about that? All right.
To the Lady Gators.
Don't touch the dial. We'll have kickoff coming up here in just a moment here on WAZ 104.7.
The king of the jungle, his roar take the curl from your hair. The tiger is wild, his manner is not mild. He'll give any man a healthy scare. But over at our house, we got a critter like a pile of bricks, but twice as hard. You'll feast your eyes on a hairy surprise if you ever set foot in our yard. Then you better not mess with my bulldog. You better not come on the scene. He's ferocious and somewhat atrocious, and you also might say he's mean. He'll grab you.
The last time we'll hear it from the Big Red Machine this year, Corey, we have the season. I was telling Dusty in our pregame show, the season went by. Do you remember where the season went? I was just curious if you know where it went to.
It's been a very quick season, and actually just a quick school year in general. Seems like just yesterday we were sweating in 110-degree weather. Now we got sweaters on.
That's true. All right, we have Fort Walton Beach, our last matchup. We are 3-6. Fort Walton comes in 5-4. And it looks like that Fort Walton comes in with a dual quarterback situation, Corey. Mr. Orr, who I believe was at Niceville last year, he has taken about, it looks like, well, he's played 9 games, and this Lewis kid has played 8 games, but he does most of the passing. Orr does most of the running. So when Orr's in, number 2, look for him to possibly take off and run when our handoff. Lewis, number 11, he has thrown for about 650 yards, and he hands off also. And their number 1 running back is what is that? Love?
Love, yeah. Almost 1,200 yards, averaging almost 9 yards a carry.
9 yards a carry. 12 touchdowns. So he's the guy.
Yep.
He's the guy that we've got to stop. We had mentioned last week, we've got a matchup tonight that I would say it's not going to benefit either team. Who wins, right? Other than bragging rights and ending on a good note.
Yeah, I think for Crestview, for sure, after the way the season has started, to end on a winning streak, that would be a win tonight would put them at 3 in a row. Would definitely carry momentum into spring ball and summer and just kind of building for the future, because as we've talked about many times throughout this year, Crestview is a young roster and would definitely build confidence in getting those guys to buy into the program and everything. Yep.
And how important is it for us to keep these freshmen and sophomores, because we know that eyes are on them. NIL is out there.
I mean, we laugh, but it's coming.
It's at Georgia.
Yeah, it's definitely on the horizon.
My question is, how can you have NIL if your school is closed? So you're going to offer that kid whatever to move down there? I don't know. I don't know what it looks like.
I don't know what it looks like. I know we've texted privately, and I'll go on record. It's going to be the end of high school athletics as we know it.
That's exactly right.
It's going to be different.
We're not going to want to probably fool with it.
I don't know what it looks like, but it's definitely going to be different.
Well, tonight, Fort Walton Beach comes off of a game last week. By the way, let me just say this. I was about to say Coach Sanders, Principal Sanders, who just retired, let me know that Choctaw and Mosley played last night. Choctaw won 35-0.
Wow.
That's a question I've got for you is, how did Leon beat Mosley?
Yeah, I think when we played Mosley, I don't think we had our best game, obviously.
Obviously.
The scoreboard will show you that. I think we were a little closer to Mosley matchup-wise than the score led on. And, Choctaw, I think, is as talented as anybody in the area.
Right. That's right. And, so tonight, Fort Walton comes off a big loss, and that was their rivalry game. That was the game they probably, I don't know if they thought they could beat them. I don't know. But losing 42-0, I don't know if a chip's on your shoulder. I don't know if you're deflated. I don't know what that looks like, but the Bulldogs got to come in. We've got red, white, and blue on the field. Coach did a fantastic job. Yeah. I'll zoom in on this.
Field looks great.
The field is probably looks good as it's been a long time. We've got veterans next weekend. You've got CHS in the middle there. If you're watching YouTube, WAZ. If you're not, we have C in blue and stars. The H is in red and S is in white. And when you go down to the end zone, it's layered at the top of the letters. It's the blue and stars, then red, and then white. Just fabulous looking. And just, I will say it's probably the best that I've seen in a long time. But the field should be in perfect condition. We haven't had no rain to speak of. By the way, don't burn anything in your yard unless you want to go to jail.
I'll tell you, very serious. Very dry out there. And, look it up. It's definitely some heavy fines you can be dishing out for even for starting a grill right now, I believe. An open, it's just any kind of open flame.
Any kind of open flame. So we're waiting for the teams to get on board here. We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll have the ball in the air here in just a moment here on WAZ 104.7 and the YouTube page at WAZ. We'll be right back.
I've been around long enough to not be shocked by anything anymore. But this takes the cake. 38%. That's all. Only 38% of your electricity actually makes it to your home. Just think about how much is wasted. That's the shocking truth. It's appalling and really shocking. Find out more at okaloosagas.com/truth. It really is shocking.
From the smallest ding to the unexpected fender bender, Crestview Painted Body can handle the repairs. Crestview Painted Body works with all insurance companies to make sure that your vehicle is repaired correctly and back into your driveway as quick as possible. Crestview Painted Body, family owned and operated and doing business the right way for over 5 decades. For towing and body repair, 850-682-5257. Crestview Painted Body, for a job done right.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Hello, friends. This is Brandon Martin, General Manager of Blackwater Golf Club here in Crestview, Florida. From the newly renovated 18 holes to the Top Tracer driving range, Blackwater has something to offer for everybody. Open 7 days a week for the best pricing. Book your tee times in advance on our website, golfatblackwater.com.
Hey everybody, it's Pastor Josh from Hope City Community Church. If you don't have a home church, I want to personally invite you to come to Hope City. We're currently meeting at Show River Middle School at 9 and 11 a.m. every Sunday morning. We even have special services that are put together just for your children. If you'd like more information, find us online at hopecitycc.com. If you choose to join us, make sure to stop by and shake my hand. I'd love to meet you. But whether it's Hope City or one of the other amazing churches in our city, just find a Bible-believing church that makes a difference in your family.
And we are back. Bulldogs take on the Fort Walton Beach Vikings tonight. They come in 5-4. The Bulldogs come in 3-6. Had a rough year this year. You know, you take, Corey, if you take Rickards, we lost by 1.
Yeah.
I don't know another game, you know, so the ones in the middle there, after the Niceville, you had Childs and Mosley both at 35-0. I don't know. Do we somehow pull that out? I don't know about that. You know, maybe Mosley if we played a great game. I just don't see it happening. So could be 5-5 here. But other than that, I just don't see another win on the table for the Dogs.
No, I think the only one that you can legitimately say they could have flipped would have been the Rickards game. And in all honesty, they should have won the game. Had the kickoff return for a touchdown that really swung the momentum of that football game. It was a 1-point loss, I believe. The rest of them were, honestly, the rest of our games have either been decided pretty handily one way or the other. But with the Rickards win, win tonight, and the Dogs are 5-5 with a pretty tough schedule. You know?
I mean, I was going to say our schedule was really hardy.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about it. And I'm just trying to think where we didn't know that we was going to beat Leon the way we did. No. Leon was 5-3. They needed that win to stay in the playoff hunt. So I was expecting on Thursday night for us to be flat.
Yeah.
I was expecting Leon to play, you know, with passion. Now they had just gotten beat the week before. I think Niceville beat them 62-0 or something like that. So, you know, they may have been down on that, but we have. The teams on the field right now, the seniors, is it red on red tonight?
No.
Oh,
red on blue, I think.
Now, I will say, being the last game, we're 3-6. Our complete crew is gone, except me and you. We're doing it all. No sidelines, no camera. I'm over here trying to do camera. Everybody's texting me, telling me where the volume needs to be, and I'm trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
Pre-game, if you was watching on YouTube, you got to see Fort Walton did their show. They had tables out there. They had dancers on tables. It was a new experience for me, I'll be honest with you. But I think they thought it was a restaurant. I think they were pretending like it was a restaurant. I'm not for sure about that. But so what's going to happen at halftime, you will get the Big Red Machine. But they're going to announce their seniors.
Oh, okay. Senior night for the band.
That's why Fort Walton took the time a little early to do their show. So that's what's going to happen. Well, guess what we're going to do next week? I lassoed you in this. Coach White sort of wanted us to do it, so we said yes. Next week, we're going to call the Walton first-round playoff. Now, they're coming in 9-0. They've got Northview tonight. Should beat Northview, but you never know. What's your thought? They should beat Northview.
On the game tonight for them?
Yeah.
I think they win pretty handily.
I asked him when does he set them down. He said after 21. He sets his starters down.
I do. Look, Coach White's a good friend. he can sell that story somewhere else.
You don't think he's going to do it, huh?
Well, he might tonight. Oh, before the playoffs, yeah, probably. But during a regular season game, no. But for the playoffs, they have everything wrapped up they need to. So yeah.
I mean, do you take a chance in the fourth quarter if you're up by 21? Do you let some of your stars take a break? No.
I mean, it's tough because you want to protect the undefeated season, but not at the cost of jeopardizing your playoff run.
That's right. Bulldogs take the field, getting ready here for kickoff. I don't know. Did we know who even won the toss? Have no clue. We'll let you know here in just a second. Scott?
Oh,
yeah, but never mind. He's deer hunting. I think that's what he's doing. And now the Vikings take the field. Is that new colors for the Vikings? Is that gray and black?
I want to say it's like a bluish gray, maybe.
Okay.
But, yeah.
I'm a little. I mean, I like the colors. It's different.
Do we mind if I turn the light off?
Turn the light off.
I got a little glare going on.
Turn out the lights. The party is over, or it's just beginning. However you want to say it. But the Bulldogs are about to be underway here. Last game of 2023, and I've enjoyed it. It's been good. We didn't have to travel to Orlando this year.
We're less traveled this year for sure.
We are for sure. Now we did get a round of golf in this year.
Was it
It was okay. It was okay. We was rushed because they had a tournament at 1:00, and we teed off at 9. So we was really pushed. But we
went to last year. We went to Orlando. We went to Gainesville. We went to Tallahassee. I'm not sure if there was a city we didn't visit.
I don't know.
Last year, but
yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to let you take the first quarter.
Okay.
And then, because I've got to get my arms and hands acclimated to this camera, right? Situated here. And I'll try to help you out where I can.
All right. Myers, toe on leather, and he's got a high pooch kick over here to the near side. Going to be received at the 15 by the Vikings. And he has room sprinting up the middle, but he'll be finally tackled down at the Bulldog the Viking 41-yard line, where they'll set up first down and 10 on the opening possession.
I've been calling this game since '99, so I don't know how many years that is. And over the years, last year, well, I tell you what, I'll go into my little spiel here in just a second. Vikings take the field. I'm hoping that we deferred and we get the kick. We get the ball second half.
Well, we're going to get it the second half regardless.
The
Vikings are coming out with three receivers, two to the near side, and they're set up in the pistol, man in motion, and they get the snap, and they're going to hand it off. And he's met in the backfield, loss of 3 on the play. Nice play that time.
Rogers
by the defensive line for Crestview. That was number 28 on the tackle, Juju Rover.
Juju Rover. Is that a new name?
No.
Maybe I just never said Juju.
Yeah. Julian is his.
Oh, okay.
They got Juju in quotations.
And we got 2 number 9s tonight.
2 number 9s. So
one on offense, one on defense.
4 receiver set for the Vikings. And receives a low snap, trying to run the speed option to the near side. He has the corner, and he's going to be run out of bounds right across the 45-yard line at the 46. Going to bring up third down and about 4 for the Vikings.
Vikings moving the ball a little bit here. Just underway. Last game of the year for the old Bulldogs. We're going to go over and call the Walton game next week and call all their games as long as they're in the playoffs.
Hoping they go all the way.
Hey, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? That would be great.
Third down and 4 coming up for Walton from their own 47-yard line. And they're going to hand this ball off on a speed sweep to the top side. And he has the corner and a first down inside Bulldog territory. He's going to be marked out of bounds up the far sideline at the Bulldog 47-yard line.
Mr. Love looks like he's got some speed, and he could be the real deal, seeing that he's got 1,200 yards. He averages over 100 yards a game. And we're going to have to stop that right there, or they're going to have it's going to be a long night for the defense for the Bulldogs to try to, because they can, if you can do that, then you're going to chew a lot of time off of the clock.
3 receiver set for the Vikings, 2 to the near side. Pistol look in the backfield for Fort Walton, and they receive the snap back to pass, looking to his right, and finds a completion out in the near flat across the Bulldog 40 down to the Bulldog 38-yard line. Gain of 8 on the play. 2nd down and 2 coming up for the Vikings. And actually giving 9 there, so 2nd down and 1 coming up from the Bulldog 38-yard line.
I'm excited to see what Coach White has. I heard he's got a great team. He's got a couple really good ball players.
3 receiver set, balls on the near hash, 2 to the top for the Vikings, and they're going to hand this ball up off the middle. They're going to have a first down to the Bulldog 35-yard line. 1st down and 10 after the 3-yard carry.
2 minutes ran off the clock, and the Vikings have pretty much just walked right down the field. And we'll see if the Bulldogs can tighten it up. The first play looked really good for the Bulldogs. And then it
they had some good penetration on that first play, and then Walton came back and went and attacked the edges. So we'll see what happens right here. Pistol look for the Vikings. They're going to hand the ball off again, and he is met in the backfield. Loss of 2 on the play. That's number 30 on the tackle for loss. Reed Fleming, the senior defensive lineman.
Fleming just slobber knockered the Mr. Love. And he didn't give him a big hug for Mr. Love. He got hammered. But he bounced right up.
So that looked very similar to the first play of the game.
It did.
Not a lot working up the middle right now for the Vikings. 3 receivers, 2 to the top. 2 men in the backfield beside the quarterback. And we're going to have a flag over here on the near sideline, on the Bulldog sideline. Let's see if it's a sideline warning.
Yes, it is.
And it is a sideline warning. So no harm, no foul. 2nd down and 13 coming up for the Vikings.
Moving left to right on your dial, the Vikings, if you're just tuning in, taking on the Bulldogs tonight, coming in 5-4. They would like to have a winning record the first time in 3 or 4 or 5 years. I know the last 2 years they haven't won a game. They win this game. They finish their season 6-4. The Bulldogs would like to go out a 3-0 skid there at the end of the season. That would give Coach Grant something positive to build on. All right, your scores tonight, folks. There's a lot of great games. Jay Sanders is at the Walton game. He's going to keep us updated on that and a lot more games. 850-682-1177. Give us your scores.
4 receiver set for the Vikings, 3 to the top, 1 man beside his quarterback in the backfield. Man in motion to the near side, and they're going to hand it to him on a jet sweep. Crestview in good pursuit, but he's going to turn and change directions and tries to run all the way back on the other side of the field, and he's going to fumble that ball, and the Bulldogs say they have it.
They do.
And they do, and it's a turnover for the Vikings.
Number 30, the guy that just popped Love earlier, he comes up with the ball, and the Bulldogs defense make a big stand right there and strip the runner. I think, he is held up. Somebody came in and popped him, and the ball came loose. And while the Bulldogs are getting set and the offense is coming on, I'll just wait just for a second. I've just got a thought I want to share with you, but we'll hold that thought for just a second.
Yeah, so that was number 30, Reed Fleming, that we've already called his name once, coming up with the fumble recovery for the Dogs. The Dogs will take over at their own 38-yard line on their first possession. 8:53 left to go in the first quarter. No score so far here at Jack Foster. 3 receivers for the Dogs, 2 to the near side, and they're going to run an outside zone to the near side, and he's got room across the 50. Finally dragged down by Vikings defenders at the Vikings 45-yard line. Gain of 15 on the play. 1st down and 10 for the Dogs.
That looked really good. They've been running that play here lately, the last 3 games.
Crestview quickly back to the line of scrimmage. Nosher getting his guys set. And he waits for the snap, and he gets it. And they're going right back to the well, same play. This time Rogers is tackled in the backfield for a loss of about 2. 2nd down and 12 coming up for the Dogs.
So I do believe that was number 7. He is coming. That's the brother. Robinson, right? Yep. And now
2 and 7 is kind of hard.
Yes, it is. And the only reason I saw it because I'm looking at a zoom-in close-up of my screen, so that's why I was just saying the brothers are swapping out Robinson is 7 and Rogers is 2. Is that right?
Yep.
I think, yeah.
Yep, Robinson's 7, yep. So Rogers is in the game now. 4 receiver set for the Dogs. Or, excuse me, 3 receiver set, 2 to the top. Rogers and Nosher in the backfield. They're going to hand it to Rogers. Rogers looking for the edge on the far side, and he lowers his head and has some nice hard running. A gain of about 4 on the play. Going to bring up 3rd down and 8 for the Dogs.
4 down territory for the Bulldogs. 7:50 left here in the first quarter. If you're just tuning in, Bulldogs taking on the Vikings tonight. They come in, I'm going to call it gray and black, man. There could be a little off shade there.
The more I see it, the more I agree.
But in it, really, there were some good-looking uniforms.
4 receivers for the Dogs. Pistol set. Nosha receives the snap. He's going to was looking for the halfback swing, was looking for Rogers initially, and then skipped one into Colmetz. Incomplete pass. Going to bring up 4th down, and it looks like.
Are they going to punt?
We're going to punt from our own 44-yard line.
This could be the first of the year. I'm looking for a fake right here. We've never punted from the 45-yard line this year.
I think you're on the right track, Tim.
Man, I've got a weird feeling. I could be totally wrong,
We do have
we could
Phillips as our punter. He's an outstanding athlete back there.
We're going to fake it.
And we have ran many a punt fake before.
No,
he's going to punt this away, and
he should have faked it.
Well, we'll get a bulldog bounce.
We get a good bounce for the Dogs.
It's going to be down to around the 21-yard line, and that's where the Vikings will take over. With 7:10 left to go in the first quarter, we have no score.
No score. But instead of going to break, I just want to pause here. For 5 years now, Tammy Meadows, Martin, Mike, they've been battling cancer with Tammy, and she passed away this past week. I was following them on Facebook, and all of the CHS family has been following Mike and Tammy, and a lot of prayers went up. And I know I've been reading your post, Mike, and a lot of hearts are broken with you, but they're also rejoicing for the pain-free life that Tammy now lives. And I'll finish my thoughts here in just a second. Let's move on. Oh, we've got a whistle, so I'm going to hold off.
Timeout for the Vikings.
Yep. So, what I was going to say earlier, over the last 25 years, I can remember so many people that have passed that we've known from high school, our friends. Smokey passed last year.
Yep.
It's part of life, but we are going to miss Tammy. I know being part of the CHS family. I shouldn't say this. I can't remember if it was 82 or 83, Mike. I think you was 83 grad, but our prayers are with you and your family and your kids and your mom and dad, and all the best for you guys. And our prayers will be with you for a while here.
Vikings come out 4 receivers, 3 to the near side. This is their second possession of the first quarter, and they're going to roll their quarterback out to the near side. He's going to pull up shop and has nowhere to go with the ball. Now he's scrambling, and he has room. First down yardage, going to gain about 14 on the play. First down and 10 coming up for the Vikings at the Bulldog 36-yard line.
At halftime, we will have seniors recognized for the band, and the band will perform their last hurrah here at Jack Foster Stadium during football season, so you want to stay tuned for that. And but next week we'll move over to one county over and call some more football for you guys.
Pistol set for the Vikings. 2 receivers to the near side. And they're going to hand that ball up off the middle, and he finds room across the 50, has one man to beat, and he's going to run away from him. And it's going to turn into a 65-yard touchdown run for the Vikings. And that's going to give them the early 6-0 lead.
Did Tab have that kind of speed for Choctaw? Because I just watched him separate 10 yards from right beside him.
That was impressive.
That was impressive speed. If you was able to see it, folks, but if you're listening to us on the radio, they were as he broke the line, he was side by side with one of the DBs, and he just took off and left him.
Yeah, looked like we had a chance at him around the 45-yard line, and like Tim said, he just put it in another gear and ran right by us. Extra points up, and good. So the Vikings will take the early 7-0 lead with 6:20 left to go here in the first quarter.
Hey, this is Amber with the Cottage Boutique in Formal Wear. Ladies, if you're looking for something for a special occasion, stop in and see us. And for the men, we also offer tuxedo rentals for prom, weddings, and anything that you really need them for. We are open Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday from 10 to 1. We're closed on Sundays and Mondays. If you don't know where we're located and you happen to want to stop in and see us, we're at the corner of Wilson Street and Highway 90. And you can also call us anytime at 850-682-2446.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999, is state licensed and insured. Chris Coyer, the owner, is born and raised in Crestview, North Okaloosa County, family owned and operated for 24 years of local service, specializing in shingles and metal roofs. Re-roof repair specialist. If you have any roofing needs, you can call them at 850-683-4169 or visit their website at cqroofing.com.
Before Walton kicks this ball away, a little short kick in the middle of the field, and that ball is going to be brought back by the Bulldog return team to the 39-yard line, the Bulldog 39-yard line, where they'll set up shop and try to put some points on the board for the first time tonight.
We moved the ball a little bit, but we really have to sustain a drive here. Vikings really one play. What was it, one play on that series or two? Maybe
yeah,
couple.
A few, yeah.
But half of the time gone here in the first quarter, and somebody just called a quick timeout, so we will take another one. Just one quick timeout. We'll be right back.
If you're in the market for a brand new custom home, maybe you have some commercial work that needs to be done or remodeling, there's one place to call, and that's VLM Construction Services at 850-305-2959. Lonnie Miller and his crew has been working in Florida and in Alabama for over 30 years. If you're within the sound of my voice, they have plenty of home sites available in Crestview and Baker. Don't hesitate to call for any of your construction needs. 850-305-2959.
And we're back. Bulldogs take it.
Dogs three receivers to the near side. Nosher takes the snap. He's going to hand that ball off inside give, maybe 2 yards, right across the 40 to the 41-yard line. 2nd down and 8 coming up for the Dogs.
We were just talking during the break how important it is not to get down 14-0 on this last game.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not insurmountable, but the Bulldogs is not a team. Now, last week they scored the most, I think, this year, right? 39 for them or something like that, 34, 39.
Yeah, I think the last 2 weeks we've seen us move the ball specifically on the ground a lot better. 4 receivers, Nosher hands the ball off again. He's going to cut that ball back to the near side, and he's got yardage very close to a first down, and I think they are going to give him a first down. A gain of 9 on the play. 1st down and 10 coming up for Crestview.
Right.
That was Rogers on the run.
I'm going to stand up and just look and just see what kind of crowd we've got. It's better than that last game we was thinking about. The middle never does fill up anymore. I don't know, but
they're sold. That's all that matters.
Oh, that's right. That's all that matters.
4 receivers, 3 to the top. Ball's on the near hash. Rogers behind. Nosher in the backfield for the Dogs. They have it at their own 49-yard line. 5:08 and counting left to go in the first quarter. The Dogs are down 7-0 after the 65-yard touchdown run by the Vikings.
Need a big play right here. Nosher's going to look to pass. Oh, and he's hit. The ball is fumbled, and that's going to be a touchdown.
Scooped and scored by the Vikings. So, yeah.
Wow.
Exactly what we said we didn't want to have happen.
I didn't jinx this, did I? To say it ain't so, man. I was like, man, we don't need to go down 14. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting us to have to punt or something, and then they,
Nosher was back to pass and got hit from behind and had the ball knocked out, and then before Walton guy just happened to be there at the perfect spot, caught it on a bounce and took it back it
had a Sunday bounce, son. Yep. It bounced just perfect. One of them Sunday go-to-meeting bounces.
And we got a flag on the extra point from the near line judge. We'll wait to see what that's about.
It's going to be illegal.
Like offsides on the Dogs, I believe.
Well, they can decline that, right? I mean, why did they? No, they wouldn't have blown it that fast.
Well, it depends on how fast he got in.
Oh, yeah. He got in the neutral zone too quick.
Yeah, if he made contact, they could have blown it.
That's probably what it is. I think the referees are trying to figure out what they're doing. I will say
it is offsides on the Dogs.
They're going to decline.
Yep.
So, hold. It
was before the play.
But he called it on the Dogs, right?
Yeah.
And they declined. Oh, they're just going to let them re-kick one more time.
Exactly.
I got you.
Extra point up, good.
And
14-0. 4:44 left to go in the first. And the Dogs have a hole to dig themselves out of.
Dig a hole. So let's get something. Let's get a ladder. Put it in the. Let's climb out. We'll be right back.
We interrupt this scheduled program for breaking news. Let's go to our correspondent who's standing by at the toll booth of the Mid-Bay Bridge. Kathy, what can you tell us?
It's incredible, Mike. Cars are backed up as far as the eye can see, and they're all headed to Affordable Homes of Crestview.
The manufactured home dealership on Highway 85? Why?
Let's find out. Excuse me, sir. Why are you headed to Affordable Homes of Crestview?
Because we're tired of the cost of living down here. Homes are way too expensive, traffic is a nightmare, and we've had it with the homeowners associations. My old neighbor sold his house in Destin and bought a beautiful new manufactured home and a piece of property for a fraction of the cost of his old house. Now he's got plenty of space and a lot of money left over since they're better built at less than half the price.
Well, there you have it, Mike. They're headed to Affordable Homes of Crestview, where they can enjoy luxury living at affordable prices. Back to you.
Rogers brings the kickoff back to the Bulldog 49-yard line, or excuse me, 44-yard line.
You need glasses yet? Are you getting?
It's the glare
glasses?
right here.
Oh,
I got a little glare going on.
You should be. I didn't start wearing glasses for when I was about 48, 50. Man, I remember though when I hit it.
It was hard.
When I got those first set of trifocals, and I've lost them by the way, they broke. Man, I'm like, look at these numbers. They're the best looking numbers I've ever seen in my life. I remember like, what?
Well, if you ask my dad, he still don't need glasses.
Yeah, whatever.
3 receivers, 2 to the top. 1 man beside his quarterback. That's Robinson. They're going to hand it to him. He's going to cut that ball back up the middle and get maybe 3. Yeah, we'll give him 4. 2nd and 6 coming up for the Dogs at their own 48-yard line.
All right, scores are coming in. Let's see what we've got here. We'll get them updated as best you can. 850-682-1177. And guess what we got? Hold on, I'll let you have this right here.
3 receivers to the top. We're going to hand the ball. No, we're going to play fake it. Nosher rolling out to his right. And he has an incompletion out there overall on the far sideline. Going to bring up 3rd down and 6 for the Dogs.
We've got Hell and Back Pizza at halftime.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hell and Back halftime show. Going to be, and we've got all kind of scores coming in, so we'll keep you updated on that too. Navarre and Niceville is I think Navarre's going to pull this out. 7-7 right now early on in their game.
4 receivers, 1 man behind. Nosher in the backfield. 3rd down and 6 from the Bulldog 48-yard line. And it really feels like this needs to be 2-down territory.
Yeah.
4 is here.
Isn't that amazing with 4 minutes left in the first quarter?
It just kind of feels like, maybe. Nosher back to pass, looking near side, rolling near side, throwing near side, and throws that ball out of bounds. So that's going to bring up
it was
down
caught.
And 6. Yep, caught by a coach over there. Pretty good catch.
It was.
Unfortunately, doesn't count, and the punt team's going to come out for us.
Walton's up 7-0. Jay, that's the last that I got from somebody else. If you want to update us, I'd appreciate that. I'm just skipping through here. Sneeze is beating Freeport 7-0. Vernon's up 16-12. They're on the bubble. They need to win.
Phillips standing in his own 35-yard line, ready to put this ball away. And he does get the ball away. A nice punt this time. Going to be caught. It's going to be muffed at the 20, but able to fall back on it are the Vikings. And they're going to set up shop just inside their own 20-yard line with 3:46 left to go here in the first quarter. Dogs are down 14-0.
This might sound like a movie trailer, but this ain't Hollywood. This is real life. We call it the shocking truth. The difference between your electricity and natural gas? Natural gas costs less. Period. So, don't fear your utility bills. Go to okaloosagas.com/truth. Find out for yourself. The shocking truth.
Back at Jock Foster, Vikings tried to add to that 14-point lead. They're going deep, top side, and a incompletion. He did have a receiver open.
I'm glad because I was looking at something else and I forgot to move the camera and I was trying to find the ball. Hey, Mariana's up on South Walton early on, 6-0. I sort of want South Walton to win because Walton had a much easier time. But either way, they beat both of these teams. They get the loser of South Walton and Mariana tonight. So we'll keep an eye on that for you.
The Vikings, 3 receivers, 2 to the near side. 2 men in the backfield back there by the quarterback. They're going to run the speed option here to the near side, looking for the corner. Has it across the 30, still on his feet.
Oh, wow.
And he's going to pick up first down yardage up to the Viking 31-yard line.
If I'm not, it looked like, yes, that's exactly what happened. The ball came out and bounced right into number 7's hands. We can't get a break on those. That's 2 or 3 now. The balls have been loose and Fort Walton's recovered all of them, right? Or did we get? We got one of them.
We got one fumble. Yeah, but
been a lot of fumbling tonight.
Yep, that's 3 so far here in the first quarter. 4 receivers, 3 to the top. 1 man beside his quarterback in the backfield. Fixing to tick under 3 minutes here in the first quarter. Vikings on top, 14-0. The Dogs looking for some kind of momentum. They're going to throw it to the far sideline, and he had another guy over there open. Incompletion. Going to bring up second down and 10.
Fort Walton, I will say this. They have really turned. Hey, yes, great. These guys have done a great job. The band's come up here getting our the concession stand. Hey, can I get a couple French fries? 2 French fries? And that's all I want because we.
Yep.
Yeah. Regular, please. Oh, give me one of each. One regular, one Cajun. They head off. The nice run by Love. He's got some running room and finally brought down after about 20-yard gain.
Yeah, that's going to march the Vikings inside Bulldog territory down to the Bulldog 44-yard line. And, man,
wow. He looks, you know where he come from? North Bay Haven.
Really?
Uh-huh. And then they've got a variety of kids from all over.
Well, that's the name of the game nowadays.
It is, man. Well, listen, they're open, so I have no problem with that. If they're moving over there, I have no problem with that.
Absolutely. 3 receivers to the near side. The Vikings are going to run a little RPO. The quarterback's going to keep it right up the middle for about 9 down to the Bulldog 35-yard line. Second down and 1 coming up for Fort Walton.
That was Johnny Lewis. That's Lewis. Or generally does the running, but Lewis this time.
Jerry Lewis?
Johnny
Lewis.
Johnny.
Little Johnny.
Little Johnny.
And
Johnny be lately.
So far in this game, I think we both can agree Fort Walton's pretty much moved it at will.
At will. Is that Star Trek? It is Star Trek. That, you know what? That might be the bright point right now. I love that song.
Let's hope so. Fort Walton receives the snap. They're going to hand the ball off. He's got first down.
There's a flag.
Inside the Bulldog 30 down to the 39-yard line. And there is a flag in the area of holding.
Yeah.
Offensive holding.
Offensive holding it will be unless there's a mass grab from the lineman on the defense. And it is going to be on Fort Walton. It'll be a hold. So push them back 10 yards. So it's going to be second and about, 11 maybe? It looks like second and 11 if it's a 10-yard penalty.
That could be the bright spot that we need.
Yeah, we need more than that.
We need something.
14-13, Navarre's up over Niceville right now. Neither one of these teams will move. And it's 14-0. Jay just texted me with 3 minutes left in the first quarter. Walton's on top.
Walton hands the ball off, and he's going to sneak his way up the middle for a gain of about 5 on the play. 3rd down and 6 coming up for the Vikings.
We're in a little golf tournament next Saturday. Little 2-man.
Little scramble action.
Little scramble action out at Old Foxwood.
Yep.
The Black Hole, the Blackwater. Blackwater is called now.
Blackwater.
Blackwater. And I will say.
Don't call it Foxwood.
No, I know.
Brandon don't like it.
Next, last October to this October, unbelievable change.
Yep.
I mean, they have done a great job. Brandon and that crew out there have done a fantastic job.
Back to pass on the Vikings on this 3rd down play. They have the completion, and he's going to fall down just short of first down yardage. I do think he had a first down if he kept his feet. Going to be 4th down and about 2 from the Bulldog 36-yard line. And yeah, they're not even hesitating.
Not even going to think about it, going to go for it. That would have been a first down. As he turned the corner, he slipped and fell just short. And Vikings going to line up to go. They're going to show they're going to go for it. Maybe look for them to maybe jump off, get the Bulldogs to jump off sides. We have about 12 seconds to snap the ball. Now 10, 9, 8. And they're going to call a timeout here if they're going to try to truly do it. Let's see. And they will.
We're going to call a timeout. The Dogs are going to call a timeout, I think.
Is there
7 seconds.
How many seconds were on there?
7 seconds left to go in the first quarter.
Oh, no.
The Dogs take a timeout, down 14-0.
It was 2 seconds to snap it. Do you think they was going to get it off? It was 2.
Tim, all I know is we called timeout.
We did. So I guess that means I'm going to give a little love out to our sponsors. We'll be right back.
Have you recently received your home or auto insurance renewal and are coming down with a case of sticker shock? This is Dusty Holloway of the Holloway Agency, and we may be able to help you out with that problem. Our office is an independent insurance agency, and we represent multiple A-rated carriers. Feel free to give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can drop by our office at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in downtown Crestview for a free, no-obligation insurance review.
And we're back after that timeout. Let's see what happens here.
4th down and 2 from the Bulldog 36-yard line. The Vikings have it. Direct snap to the quarterback, and he's going to get stopped short of the line to gain.
Wow.
I do believe.
He did.
We'll wait for the official measurement.
It is. The
take
Bulldogs
over on downs with 1 second left to go in the first quarter.
So it was a great timeout. What a wonderful timeout that was. That was just absolutely chess play right there. And I don't know why,
How
when.
did we have 1 second?
Why did we even leave 1 second on the clock?
Well,
we got to get a snap in and then
so
then
we'll have one more
I'm not
play,
taking a timeout.
One more play on the first quarter, and then we can go to timeout. The offense is out on the field, so we'll have one more play, one more snap in here in the first quarter. The Dogs are down 14-0. 4 receivers after the turnover on downs by the Vikings. The Dogs have it at their own 35-yard line.
Yep.
Nosher, and I cannot make out, I'm going to say
Number two.
Rogers in the backfield. And they're going to hand it to Rogers. Rogers lowers his shoulder, makes the initial tackle or miss, but he's going to get tackled after a gain of 6. Going to bring up 2nd down and 4, and that's going to take us to the end of the first quarter with the Vikings on top, 14-0.
Hey football fans, this is Greg Watson with Till & Waters Real Estate, here with a thought for potential homebuyers about recent interest changes and their effect on the local market. Fact is, builders and sellers have pretty much adjusted prices to offset interest rate increases, so a monthly payment today is not much different than it was at the beginning of the year. So don't think you might have waited too long to buy a home. Let's get together and find what's out there for you. Drop me a line or give me a call at 256-682-6605, or you can visit my website at gregwatsonrealestate.com.
I'm Jenny Powell. I'm one of the attorneys at Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm. Our family has been invested for over 100 years in Northwest Florida, serving your families for over 70 years. If you're in a car accident, you need a law firm who has the training, skill, and experience necessary to deal with insurance companies so that your case doesn't drag on forever. Let our family take care of your family during your most crucial moments. Just remember, Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm is here for you. You can always just go to our website at www.powelllawfirm.com.
And we are back coming into the second quarter, just swapping sides. Now the Bulldogs be moving left to right on your radio dial or on your screen. for sure on your screen. I don't know about your radio dial if you're looking at that or not.
4 receivers for the Dogs. Nosher, the throw across the middle and unable to find Colmetz across the middle of the field. Going to bring up 3rd down and 4 for the Dogs.
Now, here's what my daddy taught me. Son, if you can touch it, if it touches your fingernail beds, if you can feel, you've got to catch it. And that's the way I was taught, and that's what I had to do.
It was in a little bit of traffic, but
it was, but it touched his hands.
It could have been caught.
It could have been a great catch. It would have.
3rd down and 4, and I know we said it the last couple times, but it just feels like a 4 down territory.
Well, we said that last time. We punted twice, but we would have never thought we would have.
Nosher trying the same play, and I think this time has a reception to number 6. That's Brandon Hood, the senior wide receiver. That's good enough for a 1st down. 6 yards on the play across the Bulldog 45 up to the Bulldog 47.
Tight coverage there. Just a great pass and catch. He put it in the only spot that he could catch it, and he did, and got the yardage to go with it for a 1st down. It moves the chains.
4 receivers, 3 to the top. Rogers behind Nosher. They're going to hand it to him. He's going to get some work up the middle up to just across the 50. And no, he's still on his feet. They did not whistle that play dead, and they're going to actually mark him back after a gain of 1 on the play. So 2nd down and 9 from the Bulldog 48.
He had gotten to 50.
Yeah.
And it looked like they didn't blow the whistle.
Was stopped, I
thought it was too, but they didn't call it, so give him a yard.
4 receivers, 3 to the near side. Rogers stays in the game behind Nosher. Nosher looking back over to the sidelines, and it looks like Parks is split out here to the near side. Nice to see him back.
To see him back. He's been hurt pretty much all year.
Yep.
4.3 student, lost his mom this year, and he's trying his best to play for the team as a senior.
Nosher looking to pass, looking near side, has a completion to Hood. Hood across the 40, spun down at the Viking 36-yard line. 1st down and 10 coming up for the Dogs.
Well, we've got a few interesting games. The biggest one tomorrow is got to be Alabama LSU, doesn't it? Or is there a better one?
I think that one's a good one. I think that Georgia, Missouri is another one to look at.
K-State and Texas.
4 receivers stacked to both sides. Speed option to the near side. Turtle's going to keep it. Turtle lowers his shoulder and gets inside the 20 down in the Viking 19-yard line. Gain of 14 on the play. 16 on the play. 1st down and 10 for the Dogs. Yeah. Excuse me.
He started doing that more in the last couple games, and it was open, so he took off and run, and a great job of reading that. And Coach said, look, they closed it up a little bit against Leon, but if it's there, he's going to take it. The quarterback.
Yep. 4 receivers, 3 to the near side. Rogers and Nosher beside each other in the backfield. Back to passes. Nosher looking near side, can't find anybody. Evading pressure in the backfield and just kind of throws that one away. Going to be incompletion, and they're looking for Walton, rather.
He was outside the tackles, what that guy wants.
Grounding, and there is no tackle box in high school.
Okay.
You got to have somebody in the area.
Well, that white ref was pointing to the tackle.
I think he was
saying
he was pointing at somebody that he had a receiver out there.
Oh, was there? Well, sure, I didn't see one, but that's okay.
Clock is still running. I'll say that.
Did you get to watch the game at all a little bit Thursday? We had Santa Claus out there. There's a guy that looked just like Santa Claus. And he moved like Santa Claus, too, by the way.
I tell you, I watched about 4 plays and went
to bed. And you were done. I feel
Handoff in the middle, and he's going to get maybe 5, 3rd down and 5, coming up for the Dogs at the Viking 15.
I was surprised you didn't stay on just to see if you could see a machine gun or something, because them guys over there, the first announcement, folks, you are completely secure. The sheriff department is here, armed and ready. Oh yes, first and the last and the last announcement. As soon as the clock was over, folks, you have 10 minutes to get out of here. We're going to turn the lights off. So we was
handoff on 3rd and 5. Rogers breaks through and breaks the goal line for the Bulldog. Or they're going to mark him down just short at the 1 foot line. I don't know how that's possible. First down and goal coming up for the Dogs at the foot line.
You know how it's possible. The sideline judge said he didn't get in, so that's what.
Okay.
That's what I think. That's what that means, right? Bands are going crazy. We got 2 good bands here tonight. You're going to get a halftime show from the Big Red Machine. Their last one here at Jack Foster Stadium, so you want to stay tuned for that.
First down and goal from the inch line for the Dogs. They're going to hand that ball off to Rogers, and I think he got stopped short, maybe lost a yard.
I think he did.
Second down and goal coming up for the Dogs.
I thought Dusty was going to do the sidelines for me tonight.
What?
He's been really doing a great job, come out of retirement, almost full-fledged come out of retirement this year, you know. And he said, no, I've got a wedding reception to go to. Or rehearsal. Wedding rehearsal or whatever.
Rehearsal?
What in the world? Who is he marrying?
Speed option to the top.
There.
Pitch to Rogers. Rogers lowers his shoulder, but I think he stopped short. Third down and goal coming up for the Dogs.
Wow. This is 2 down territory, right? We're not going to try to kick it. Can't kick a field goal here.
Tim, I know we probably ought to be able to kick a field goal. No, but in all honesty, I don't think a field goal helps us right here.
I don't, and we have to score here if we're going to stay in the game.
I tell you what I like right here. I would like to see Rogers take a direct snap and just get us in there. That's not what's going to happen, but
no, I don't know. No, that's
correct. Look, and we're going to get a timeout. 6:36 left to go. Here in the first half, Dogs down 14-0, but are threatening at the 1 foot line of the Vikings.
Don't touch it.
I want to share a quick story about Brackney Funeral Home. We recently lost our grandmother, and thanks to the kind, professional, and caring staff, it just felt like being with family. She had made all of her decisions in advance, so it was a very seamless process. So thank you, Brackney Funeral Home, for treating our family like yours. If you don't know where they're located, they're at 480 East James Lee Boulevard. That's Highway 90 right across from Twin Hills Park. And their phone number is 850-683-9898. We highly recommend Brackney Funeral Home.
Casey Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates Casey Electric for their support. Casey Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948.
We're back here, Jack Foster Stadium. Third down and goal for the Dogs from about the 1 foot line. Nosher in the backfield. He's going to receive the snap, takes the direct snap, and tries to lunge for the end zone. And we have a sign for a touchdown on the far line, Judge.
There it is. Finally. I felt like it was never going to get here. And finally, the Bulldogs get in. They sniffed it, Dusty, for a while and finally got in. Makes it 16-14. I want to go ahead and type 7, but I'm not going to. I am not going to do it. I'm going to leave it at – I'm not even going to put a score up until after this kick right here. I've jinxed us a couple times this year.
I think you're batting 1,000.
I know it. Exactly.
Extra point up, and it's blocked.
Blocked, so it wouldn't have mattered.
7-6. Leave the score right there. 6:30 left to go here in the first half. Dogs down 14-6.
Guys, listen up. Did you spend too long out on the boat this Saturday fishing? Have you been on the links a little too much? Do you need to get out of the doghouse? Let me tell you where you need to go. Joey the Jeweler. He's on Main Street right by Desi's. He's got tons of beautiful jewels to win your girl back over. And make sure to go like and share his Facebook page. He's always doing great giveaways, so you have a chance to win something free for your girl. So head on over to facebook.com/Joey the Jeweler. Or you guys could just ask Siri what the phone number is.
Hey Siri, what is the phone number to Joey the Jeweler?
Joey the Jeweler's phone number is 850-682-1980.
And we are back. Bulldogs down 16-14. And next year, one of the things I'd like to see us work on is maybe kicking. Just a little bit. Can we recruit somebody from Texas or Georgia? Somewhere. Hey, them guys kicking in the end zone. There's no run back in Texas. And here's the kick. Bulldogs kick it off. A little squibber. We're going to try to get an onside. Oh, the ball's loose. The ball's loose. The Bulldogs say they have it. Let's see what they do. And the Bulldogs have it, Corey. What a play. Unbelievable.
Could be a game flipper there. It wasn't really a true onside kick.
It wasn't.
Just kind of a little nub.
Unbelievable.
On the middle of the field, and the full-on guy muffed it, and the Dogs were right there to recover that ball at the Viking 43-yard line.
Niceville's up 21-14 over, Navarre's up 21-14. I read my text wrong. Sorry about that, John. Bulldogs going to come out now, give them new life. And with new life, we have a timeout, our water break. 6:27 left here in the first half. Bulldogs has the ball on a, whatchamacallit, kickoff, onside. Recovery, yeah. We'll be right back, and we'll recover after we take a break and eat some of these french fries.
I've been around long enough to not be shocked by anything anymore. But this takes the cake. 38%. That's all. Only 38% of your electricity actually makes it to your home. Just think about how much is wasted. That's the shocking truth. It's appalling and really shocking. Find out more at okaloosagas.com/truth. It really is shocking.
And we are back. The Bulldogs going to try to make something happen off of that recovery on the kick.
And they went deep over the middle. They were looking for Parks.
Wanted a flag.
Tried for the big play off of the onside kick recovery. Second down and 10, though, coming up for the Dogs.
At halftime, we have the Big Red Machine. We're going to have them full-blown Monty in the microphone. So you don't want to touch the dial. Bulldogs trying to score here with 6:20 left here in the first half to try to tie this ball game up. They will be going for two.
Three receivers. Rogers on the handoff. Robinson. Hard tackle that time. He's down at the Viking 36-yard line. Going to bring up third down and 3 for the Dogs.
Georgia and Missouri. How is Missouri all of a sudden 12?
They 12. I mean, they're 7-1.
Yeah.
Ole Miss, Texas A&M.
Oh, yeah.
Should be a pretty good game. Ohio State, Rutgers could be a sneaky one.
Oh, wonder what the number
Rutgers
is on
is 6-2. Unranked, but still.
Handoff right on the middle, and Robinson. Hey, Mr. Robinson.
Down inside the 20, down to the Viking 13-yard line. First down and 10 for the Dogs.
Wow, great run right there. Great hole. Line did a great job right there. I believe that was right off of Simmons's right cheek. And first down and moving the ball here in the red zone. Second time tonight in the red zone for the Dogs.
And we're in the pistol set. Robinson stays behind Nosher. 3 receivers, 2 to the far side. Ball is on the near hash.
Bill from Milton just texted me. Milton's up 7-0 over Godby. And Grant does not like what he sees. The steam is coming out of his ears for some reason. And they're going to have a little powwow, come to Jesus, and we'll be right back.
From the smallest ding to the unexpected fender bender, Crestview Paint and Body can handle the repairs. Crestview Paint and Body works with all insurance companies to make sure that your vehicle is repaired correctly and back into your driveway as quick as possible. Crestview Paint and Body, family owned and operated and doing business the right way for over 5 decades. For towing and body repair, 850-682-5257. Crestview Paint and Body, for a job done right.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
Back at Jack Foster, 5:07 left to go here in the first half. Dogs down 14-6, but are threatening deep inside Viking territory. They have it second down
and first down and 10 from the Viking 14-yard line. Nosher hands the ball off to Robinson on an inside give. He gets it down to the 10.
Inside, it looks like maybe.
On the play.
Let's see where they mark it. I've got it zoomed in, and I'm going to say with Scott not being here, I'm doing the best that I can. Big number 68's in the way of the ball. It's right on the 10-yard line, right on the nut. So I don't know
Second
what.
Down and 7.
What am I worried about?
I don't know.
I was thinking that we was a first down, or I don't know what I was thinking. I was wanting another first down. We got plenty. It's 2nd and 7, so we got to get to the 3 for a first down, not the 10. Help me.
3 receivers. 2 to the top. Robinson behind Nosher. They're going to fake it to him. Nosher looking to pass, under pressure in the pocket. Makes a few men miss back there. Keeps the play alive and tries to throw back across his body. That ball falls incomplete, thankfully, for the Dogs. 3rd down and 7 coming up.
In high school, Nocher, is he a catcher?
Look, that was some great work back there
That
in the pocket.
but trying to throw it like that, you better have a cannon. And but he had a lot of green in front of him. He probably could have picked up about 5 yards on that play, but he chose not to.
Throwing back across the middle after you rolled out. It's just ill-advised. The Saints actually went to the Super Bowl on that play. Thank you, Brett Favre.
Yeah.
Did the same thing, and they picked the ball off. Sent the Saints to a Super Bowl.
Didn't that happen Seattle and New England too? I think so.
Similar. Yep.
Similar.
Handoff to Robinson. Robinson keeps his feet initially, but he's going to get tackled for a loss. Going to bring up 4th down and 9, and I think would kick it here.
Field goal?
Yeah, I think so. We're not going to.
I don't think so, man. I just don't think he.
We don't have any trust. We don't have any faith. Do we?
I'm reminiscing back to Yellow Shoes. If the folks that have been following us for a very long time, we had Yellow Shoes one year. I think it was Pettis' first year. He would go out there with Yellow Shoes. It's supposed to have been a statement, and it was. It was a statement.
We're going to have another stoppage of play, another timeout by the Dogs.
Yeah.
The Vikings this time. But 3:38 left to go in the first half. Dogs down 14-6.
Hello, friends. This is Brandon Martin, General Manager at Blackwater Golf Club here in Crestview, Florida. From the newly renovated 18 holes to the Top Tracer driving range, Blackwater has something to offer for everybody. Open 7 days a week for the best pricing. Book your tee times in advance on our website, golfatblackwater.com.
Hey everybody, it's Pastor Josh from Hope City Community Church. If you don't have a home church, I want to personally invite you to come to Hope City. We're currently meeting at Shoal River Middle School at 9 and 11 a.m. every Sunday morning. We even have special services that are put together just for your children. If you'd like more information, find us online at hopecitycc.com. If you choose to join us, make sure to stop by and shake my hand. I'd love to meet you. But whether it's Hope City or one of the other amazing churches in our city, just find a Bible-believing church that makes a difference in your family.
We're back. Bulldogs going to go for it. They got a spread. Nobody in the backfield except for that.
Nosher back to pass. Going far side. Has a man, but overthrown Parks in the corner of the end zone. They're going to turn this ball over on downs.
Parks was open. He didn't either get enough air on it or he just led Parks a little too much. And that'll bring Fort Walton in with 3:32 left here. I'm starting to get a little, when you get my age, Corey, I'm gonna blow your mind. I started calling the games when I was younger than you. 25 years, right? So I was 32.
Not quite, but I started 3 years ago when I was 32.
Oh, you did? You started 3 years ago with me?
Yeah. Well, this is
your third
my
year.
Third year, yeah.
So you was 32 or 33?
32. I'm 35 now.
Fort Walton's going to run it out to the far side, and they'll pick up a few yards on the play. Golly, we were the same age then. That makes me want to just puke my guts out, to be honest. I have been walking up these steps. Thankfully, I will say this.
There won't be any walking.
No, there won't be no walking next week. You know why? Because I'm over in Walton County, and what did they do for Walton High School? Make a little mini college. We're going to be in an elevator and go up
3 stories.
3 stories. I'm just telling you, it's unbelievable.
Vikings hand the ball off. Inside give. And he'll have a first down. out across the Bulldog 20 up to the Bulldog 20.
Walton has spent money. Of course, they got a lot of bed tax, but guess what's fixing to happen? Santa Rosa County's fixing to start a high school in between Gulf Breeze and Navarre on 98 down there, and then a couple years after that, they're going to start in Pea Ridge and build one between Milton and Pace. Go figure.
And I am looking right across Jack Foster. Back to pass are the Vikings. Looking deep over the middle, or excuse me, far sideline. That ball's going to fall incomplete. I am looking at a new complex right across the field for the Crestview, and not only just Crestview, across the county.
Yeah, they have.
Half-cent sales tax.
It's the half-sales tax.
We got some new facilities popping up all over the county.
We do. We do have extra buildings, and I think they're calling that like a media all-purpose building.
Some kind of complex.
Is it all kind of?
It's a big building.
It's a big building. I will say that. It is. Big building. And we have, I think that project got started back when Dexter was here, I think, but I'm not sure about that.
Back to pass are the Vikings. They have a completion in the near flat. He's going to fall down after a gain of 5. Second down and 5 coming up for the Vikings from their own 30-yard line. And we're fixing to tick under 2 minutes to play here in the first half. Vikings on top 14-6.
Or either when Dexter was the principal, they asked him what the school needed whenever. I think he made the wish list, or that was, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. Jay could correct me. He's listening, and you could text me.
Well,
but, everybody got a chance to say what they wanted, right?
I don't know exactly.
Are y'all getting something like that at Laurel Hill?
We don't get anything quite like that, but everybody get it, at least in the north end, I believe, some kind of multi-purpose complex and some new classrooms.
Quarterback's going to keep it, and he will pick up some big yardage. That's going to be a first down for the Fort Walton Beach Vikings with 1:29 showing here in the first half. Getting a little nostalgic now, being the last game here this year, Jack Foster. Fortunately, I'm sniffing a few more games, I believe, with Walton Braves.
Vikings, 4 receivers back to pass, and they're going to get the Vikings, I think, left
false
a little
start.
too early that time.
Yeah, false start. One of the receivers jumped just a hair, maybe. Bulldogs down 6-14 if you're just tuning in on the Blowtorch 104.7. Way out there, reaching sometimes on the other side of Tallahassee. One time we were going to call Dusty to set. We was talking about it last week, last Thursday over there in the cage. They had us in a cage. It was actually really nice, to be honest with you. I felt very safe out there in the open. What I didn't understand is why Leon has they have a beautiful facility. Why don't they play at their own field?
Back to pass the Vikings, incompletion. Going to bring up second down and 10 from their own 44-yard line.
But anyways, on our way to St. Augustine back in 2002 when we played St. Augustine, Phillips and the crew went to state. We picked up the Blowtorch on the other side close to Lake City when we got on one of those hills.
Mercy.
Dude, now it wasn't real clear, but we could hear. Oh, wow, unbelievable. But anyways, if you're just tuning in, the Bulldogs have been fighting mightily, down 14-6 to the Vikings tonight.
1 minute left to go here in the first half. 4 receivers for the Vikings, and they're back to pass. Stepping up in the pocket and sacked back in the pocket.
We got a timeout.
Third down and about 20. We do not. We've already used.
We have burned a lot.
Third down and 20 from the Viking 31-yard line. 44 seconds, and they're going to have to snap this at least one.
Now all you do is snap it once and kneel on it. If I'm the Vikings, I go into halftime happy with what I have.
They got to run one more play. They could actually kneel on it right here, and
that'll take us to halftime. And that's got to be what they're going to do. They don't do anything stupid and fumble.
They got 4 receivers.
No,
they're
not.
Back to pass.
That's unbelievable.
A little screen pass to the running back, and he's going to try to dance and make a few men miss. And he's still on his feet. Has the edge out there on the far side, but he's going to be tackled after a gain of about 9. Stays in bounds.
That'll be
and that'll be the end of the first half with the Vikings on top. Well, hold on. We have we have a helmet come off.
No.
5 seconds left to go here in the first half. We'll stay right here, and I think they're going to make No, they're going to run the clock.
wind it.
So now it's the end of the first half. Sorry.
Thank you.
Fans out
You scared me. You scared me.
The clock needs to stop. The Vikings are on top 14-6.
Hey, you know, that happened to us at Leon at the very end of the game. We said, okay, we're going to get off early. We're going to get off early. And the quarterback came in that never played and threw a touchdown. And we was actually on the Coach Grant said, I'm glad y'all stayed on. I was watching on the way home, and I'm glad I got to see him throw a touchdown pass. All right, we'll be right back for the Big Red Machine Show. Don't touch the dial.
Hey, this is Amber with the Cottage Boutique in Formal Wear. Ladies, if you're looking for something for a special occasion, stop in and see us. And for the men, we also offer tuxedo rentals for prom, weddings, and anything that you really need them for. We are open Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday from 10 to 1. We're closed on Sundays and Mondays. If you don't know where we're located and you happen to want to stop in and see us, we're at the corner of Wilson Street and Highway 90. And you can also call us anytime at 850-682-2446.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999, is state licensed and insured. Chris Coyer, the owner, is born and raised in Crestview, North Okaloosa County. Family owned and operated for 24 years of local service, specializing in shingles and metal roofs. Re-roof repair specialist. If you have any roofing needs, you can call them at 850-683-4169 or visit their website at cqroofing.com. If you're in the market for a brand new custom home, maybe you have some commercial work that needs to be done or remodeling, there's one place to call, and that's VLM Construction Services at 850-305-2959. Lonnie Miller and his crew has been working in Florida and in Alabama for over 30 years. If you're within the sound of my voice, they have plenty of home sites available in Crestview and Baker. Don't hesitate to call for any of your construction needs. 850-305-2959.
And we are back. The Big Red Machine's fixing to be they're coming out on the field. And if you don't mind, while you're watching or listening, if you're at a game, give us a text, 850-682-1177, and keep us updated. Niceville has went on top of Navarre 28-21 just before halftime. That's a great game. Walton up, Jay, the last that I got from another person. All right, Chris has just brought us, wow, that is heavy. Hellenbach. This is what I'm talking about, y'all. You want a good pizza, they're right behind the high school, and it smells wonderful. And that pizza must weigh 10 pounds. He handed it to me, it like to fell on the ground. This is awesome. Appreciate it, Chris, so much. Thank you, guys. And he is passing them out all up and down the press box. Hellenbach pizza, you got to have a piece. All right, here we go. Band show. Beautiful presentation so far. I think they have one or two more sounds coming in. And this theme this year was Heroes. Let's listen in. Mountain's Majesty above the fruited plain. Here we go. Foster Stadium 2023 for the football season. Let's see if they're going to play something else to give us the last hurrah. How about, oh, you know what? I believe what they're going to do now, they're going to announce the seniors and let the seniors play the fight song. I think that's how that works year after year. That's what we've seen. But we're going to take a quick. Actually, I've got some scores I can go through while they're doing this, and I won't interrupt them if they start playing. Here they are. They're going to start playing right now.
Thank you, Mr. Henson.
Well, that sounded like a little Special Olympics thing, something like that. I don't know if they're going to play anything else. If they do, we will most definitely be right here. Looks like they're about to play something else. Let's listen. Veterans themes. Here we go, veterans. Don't you just love that? Is that not Americana or what? Coast Guards. Marine Corps. From the halls. Go, guys. Air Force, look at all the guys standing up in the facility. They asking all the guys to stand up. I'm showing it on YouTube. We had a lot of guys stand up.
Thank you to all
presentation the band did there for all the farm services. Shout out to all the guys. We appreciate you guys so much. And I believe they're going to announce the seniors here in just a second. We'll be right back. They start playing.
We interrupt this scheduled program for breaking news. Let's go to our correspondent who's standing by at the toll booth of the Mid-Bay Bridge. Kathy, what can you tell us?
It's incredible, Mike. Cars are backed up as far as the eye can see, and they're all headed to Affordable Homes of Crestview.
The manufactured home dealership on Highway 85? Why?
Let's find out. Excuse me, sir. Why are you headed to Affordable Homes of Crestview?
Because we're tired of the cost of living down here. Homes are way too expensive, traffic is a nightmare, and we've had it with the homeowners associations. My old neighbor sold his house in Destin and bought a beautiful new manufactured home and a piece of property for a fraction of the cost of his old house. Now he's got plenty of space and a lot of money left over since they're better built at less than half the price.
Well, there you have it, Mike. They're headed to Affordable Homes of Crestview, where they can enjoy luxury living at affordable prices. Back to you.
This might sound like a movie trailer, but this ain't Hollywood. This is real life. We call it the shocking truth. The difference between your electricity and natural gas? Natural gas costs less. Period. So, don't fear your utility bills. Go to okaloosagas.com/truth. Find out for yourself. The shocking truth.
Have you recently received your home or auto insurance renewal and are coming down with a case of sticker shock? This is Dusty Holloway of the Holloway Agency, and we may be able to help you out with that problem. Our office is an independent insurance agency, and we represent multiple A-rated carriers. Feel free to give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can drop by our office at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in downtown Crestview for a free, no-obligation insurance review.
And that is your seniors. They're about to play the fight song right here. Let's listen in. Let's see what it sounds like. It always sounds different every year with the seniors. Well, I'm sure that they've got the jazz or the concert band, that's what they call it, concert band, Dusty, coming up. All right, real quick, let me go over some of the scores that we have coming in. 850-682-1177 if you have some. Let me scroll through these texts and see what I can find. Navarre is tied 28-28. I'm waiting for Jay's last update, 27-14. Walton over Northview. That's probably a little closer than they want it to be. Pace is going to win their game against Lafayette. They're up 14-0. Escambia, Yeo Wash Bowl is staying in Escambia, and it probably will stay there for years to come because Pensacola has only scored one touchdown all year. They're up 34-0. That game will be over quick because it'll be a running clock. But, yeah, the Yeo Wash Bowl is going to stay at Escambia. Bozeman will beat Rutherford. They will go undefeated this year, possibly with Walton, the only two undefeated teams in our coverage area. Andalusia got beat last week by Montgomery, somebody or another, I think it was. Bozeman up 21-7. Cottondale's over Graceville. Graceville had a really rough year. They will not win a game this year. Cottondale's up 36-0. Sneed's over Freeport right now, 28-14. Vernon is on the bubble. They need to beat the Baby Rattlers. They're up 22-20. Pensacola Catholic's in the playoff. They're beating St. John Paul, the 25th, 21-0. Chipley over Bluntstown, 26-7. Florella, who has had a great year. I think they only have one loss. I think they're 8-1. They are beating Brantley 32-22. Congratulations to Florella on a great year. Childs, we don't care about them. T.R. Miller and W.S. Neal, the last we heard, one of them guys have been listening to us up there for a long time in that cafe up there, Mr. Simmons. They report that they're tied 8-8 in the second quarter. T.R. Miller, W.S. Neal, both of them got great records. W.S. Neal this year actually has a better record. They come in 7-2. T.R. comes in at 6-3. So we don't have a report on Jay. That's really the only the last we heard. Oh, Bill from Milton just texted me. Let me see what he said about he always reports on the Milton. 7-7. Appreciate it, Bill. You guys have been with me a long time. And, you know, one year we was over in Milton, and what stopped me from sucking eggs that year, Corey, we started letting them call in the scores. That was before texting was popular, but cell phones were. It was the slider phones, you know.
No social media.
No social media, and people were not texting really that much, but they was calling. I said, hey, man, let's do this. I'm going to let you call in your scores, Call-in show. And I would hold the phone up to the microphone, and somebody started yin-yanging about something. And I think we were on the referees that night or something, and they just had to they started in, and I just sort of clicked it off. And I said, hey, if y'all want to know who that guy was, here's his telephone number. No. I'm sure he changed his telephone number. But anyways, so that's your scores right now. We'll be starting here in about 2 minutes. We'll be right back. The Bulldogs are in a close battle, 14-6. We'll start the third quarter here in just a moment. The Bulldogs will get the ball coming out of halftime.
Hey, football fans. This is Greg Watson with Till & Waters Real Estate, here with a thought for potential homebuyers about recent interest changes and their effect on the local market. Fact is, builders and sellers have pretty much adjusted prices to offset interest rate increases. So a monthly payment today is not much different than it was at the beginning of the year. So don't think you might have waited too long to buy a home. Let's get together and find what's out there for you. Drop me a line or give me a call at 256-682-6605. Or you can visit my website at gregwatsonrealestate.com.
And we are back. Walton now is up 34-14. Wondering if our buddies from Orlando's listening. They pop in every now and then with their puppy dog. What was the name of their dog? Do you remember? Slobber Knocker?
You know, we do it every pork chop.
Pork chop, that's it. Got it. You got it, actually. I didn't. All right, Bulldogs are set to receive. Fort Walton be kicking. Crestview will be receiving the ball left to right on your radio dial. 14-6 is very quiet in the stadium right now. I don't know what's going on.
Ball's in the air for the Vikings. Fair catch called for. Or it looked like he called for a fair catch, but he catches it anyway over on the far sideline. He'll return it to around the Bulldog 37-yard line, and that's where they'll set up shop here. Down 14-6 are the Dogs.
All right, so my question to you is this. I feel like 14-6. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I just feel like that all of a sudden it just feels flat for both sides. Last game, it don't really mean anything. Fort Walton just got hammered by Choctaw, their in-city rival, so they're flat. Bulldogs, it don't mean much. A lot of fumbling. Something different has to change if the Bulldogs, I think, win tonight.
Nosher receives the snap, going to go play action. Looking for completion, has one to Green in the near flat. Green lowers his shoulder, gets it out across the 40 to the 41. Gain of 4. Second down and 6 coming up for the Dogs.
What kind of weather we got all over? 850-682-1177. Just tell me where you're at and what your temperature is right now. It warmed up a little bit. Too bad it wasn't 2 nights ago, man.
Beautiful today.
Oh, wasn't it, though? Kids almost had like a free day today all over the north end of the county. A little fake call. You know what it was when we was in school? A fake bomb threat.
Well, that
handoff.
Tackle. Rogers across the 50 inside Viking territory down to the Viking 39-yard line. Giving 24 on the carry. First down and 10 for the Dogs.
So, and not to make light at all, but there was a phone call, and it, you know, everybody has to do their job to keep the kids safe, and they did such a fantastic job of doing that. But back in the day, you couldn't trace calls.
4 receivers, 3 to the top.
And I remember, Jay, I don't know if you remember, you guys my age, but if there was a call, it was a bomb threat. That's
Rogers
what it was.
behind Nosher. Gives it to Rogers. Rogers lowers his head across the 35, being spun out of bounds after a gain of about, we'll give him 8 on the carry.
Yeah.
Second down and 2 coming up for the Dogs inside Viking territory already here in the early going of the second half, and let's not give anybody any kind of ideas on that.
No. I'm not, but
we're going to give him 6 actually on the carry. Second down and 4 coming up for the Dogs. 4 receivers, 3 to the top. Rogers and Nosher in the backfield. Nosher back to pass, looking deep near side, and that ball's going to be thrown out of bounds. Really no chance for the Bulldog receiver. Incomplete pass brings up third down and 4 for the Dogs.
Get your scores in, 850-682-1177. We had a bunch of spread numbers. We'll see. Nobody Nobody picked Fort Walton tonight.
Dang.
Nobody picked Fort Walton. I had a 35 for Crestview, too.
Wow. Nosher receives the snap, hands it to Rogers. Rogers has the corner on the near side, has a first down inside the Viking 30-yard line down to the Viking 25. First down and 10 for the Dogs.
Oh, Jay just texted me. 41-14, Walton is walking into the playoffs undefeated.
Nosher to pass, has a completion in the middle of the field down to the Viking 15. Very close, and it looks like they will motion that for another Bulldog first down.
Nice fake. Play action.
9 yards, second down and 1.
Fooled everybody, even the cameraman.
4 receivers. Rogers behind Nosher. He's going to hand it to Rogers, and Rogers is going to go untouched into the end zone. 15-yard touchdown run for the sophomore running back. And we're 2-point conversion away from tying this football game up with 9:46 left to go here in the third quarter.
I'm gonna go ahead and do a little yammy. I'm gonna magic it on the keyboard here. I'm not gonna post it yet. I'm just gonna let it. I'm holding it. Holding my thought. 10 seconds to snap the ball. Bulldogs have got to hurry now.
4 receivers. Rogers behind Nosher. Gets a snap, looking for the pass over across the middle, and that ball is going to be deflected into the hands of another Bulldog receiver. That's Phillips, and the 2-point conversion is good. The score is tied at 14 with 9:46 left to go in the third quarter.
I'm Jenny Powell. I'm one of the attorneys at Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm. Our family has been vested for over 100 years in Northwest Florida, serving your families for over 70 years. If you're in a car accident, you need a law firm who has the training, skill, and experience necessary to deal with insurance companies so that your case doesn't drag on forever. Let our family take care of your family during your most crucial moments. Just remember, Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm is here for you. You can always just go to our website at www.powelllawfirm.com.
And we're back. Bulldogs really moved the ball down well. That drive, it only took about 3 minutes, really, 3 minutes and 15 seconds to score there. Did a great job of moving the ball. The line did a great job of blocking, making the holes. And here we go, Bulldogs kicking off, and I think Fort Walton's playing safe here.
Myers approaches the ball, and he has a short pooch kick to the near side. That ball's going to be caught by the Vikings around 34, and he makes some guys miss out across the 40, pretty close to midfield. A good starting position at their Viking 49-yard line here with the first possession for them of the second half.
My thought is this: if you're going to pooch kick like that, don't you find the biggest, fattest guy to send it to instead of the most athletic guy? They will start on about the 49-yard line. They're on 49-yard line, so right at midfield. Tie ball game here, last game of the year for the Bulldogs and the Vikings. A few people from Fort Walton came up tonight. We appreciate that. We need a little money in our budget. We don't have the big budget as the university does, $1.4 million.
4 receivers for the Vikings. 1 man in the backfield beside his quarterback. And they're going to run the speed option to the top side. He has the corner cutting it back up now, making the man miss, and he's got a gain of around 7 yards inside Bulldog territory down to the Bulldog 44-yard line. Second down and 3 coming up for the Vikings.
Well, it looked, as I was looking at the weather, we got a little snap there, but now it's going to get back into the high 70s, low 80s next week. The low is about 60, 58, 60, no more of that. Man, I like that 30-something degree weather in the morning. That's nice, ain't it? Some people don't like it.
Vikings send the ball up off the middle, have a first down inside the Bulldog 40, down, spun down, and finally drill got a bounce at the Bulldog 39-yard line. First down and 10 for the Vikings.
Vikings trying to go 6-4 this year, have a winning record, very successful record after the last 2 years not picking up a win at all, going 0-20. And they're really look, to be honest with you, look pretty good for a team the last 2 years not picking up a win. Of course, Love come from North Bay Haven, and Orr, of course, from Niceville, and some of the other kids moved in to help out Fort Walton this year. And we have a timeout on the field with 8:44 here in the third quarter. I say timeout, but everybody's staying on the field. I don't want to jump to conclusions.
We got some chain
game
yardage situations going on.
Where is our digital chain operation situation?
You know what? Where is our digital?
Where is, did the batteries run? They forgot to buy batteries for it, Corey.
That's what happened.
AA. I've got some AA's up here.
You could have run them down there, couldn't you?
I can run you some AA's if you need them, Coach. No, maybe it's just on the blink.
They got a first down, and then they didn't mark it first down. I don't know. Anyway, first down and 10 for the Vikings at the Bulldog 41-yard line. And they're going to hand that ball off, and he's across the 35, scampering up the middle inside the 20, and finally brought down at the Bulldog 19-yard line. First down and 10 coming up for the Vikings.
In the red zone for the third time tonight for the Vikings. And they're going to move a hurry. They're waiting for the chains to set, but the Vikings are ready to move the ball down. They maybe see something. Bulldogs do a little substitution.
They got some more chain difficulties over there on the far side.
The chain situation is not working out for the game.
Maybe not. Looks like they got
double setback for the quarterback.
And they're going to hand it to one. They're going to fake it. The quarterback's going to keep it up the middle, and he's going to get it down to the 5. First down and goal coming up for the Vikings.
That is Lewis doing most of the running for the quarterback position. Looking at the stats, actually, Orr has done most of the running in that position, but they've swapped it on the old Bulldogs. Maybe did a little rope-a-dope on that, seeing that most of the running is by Orr out of the backfield position. From the two quarterbacks by about 200 yards.
And we have a flag from the far line, well, both line judges actually, and it looks like they're motioning. It's going to be another offsides penalty on the Dogs, so move it half the distance.
I asked Coach Grant, I said, can you give me one takeaway this year? And he said it's the brothers, the running backs the last couple of weeks. You know, we got a freshman in Robinson, and his brother is a sophomore in Rogers, and he just felt like that, you know, both of them picked up 100 yards last week, and it'll be something good to build on next year. And, I mean, I like that answer. I mean, that's something to build on. Absolutely.
Fort Walton hands it off, and they're going to get stopped short. Going to get stopped right around the line of scrimmage. Second down and goal coming from the the Bulldog 3-yard line.
Getting a little chipper there. Be careful, be careful. 14-14. I guess you can't get kicked out of tomorrow's game, or next Friday's game.
14-14 is our score in 7 minutes. We just ticked inside 7 minutes left to go here in the third quarter.
Does it feel like it's going slow to you?
Uh-huh.
It does me too.
It definitely.
Definitely.
I just saw a pizza box walking down here. How many pizzas is he handing out?
My gosh.
Give on the outside, and he'll walk it into the end zone. Touchdown, Vikings.
And that was Love again. I think is that his third or second touchdown? I don't know, but he's just pretty much at random. We can't catch him. If he gets past the line of scrimmage, or let's say the linebackers, if the DBs are not heads up on him, but he's gone. Just not stopping. He could be, I want to say he's faster than Tab. I think that's what Coach said, too, in the coach's show. I can't remember.
Extra point up and good. The Vikings 21, the Bulldogs 14, 6:37 left to go here in the third quarter.
I want to share a quick story about Brackney Funeral Home. We recently lost our grandmother, and thanks to the kind, professional, and caring staff, it just felt like being with family. She had made all of her decisions in advance, so it was a very seamless process.
So thank you, Brackney Funeral Home, for treating our family like yours. If you don't know where they're located, they're at 480 East James Lee Boulevard. That's Highway 90 right across from Twin Hills Park. And their phone number is 850-683-9898. We highly recommend Brackney Funeral Home.
And we are back here at Jack Foster Stadium. 21-14, the Vikings are up. It's the last game for both of these teams. Neither team makes the playoff this year. But in our 4S region, you have Navarre, Pace is fighting. Mosley's the district champ. Niceville. So we have some pretty good representation out of this area for our division. But it's not these two teams.
The Vikings, after the touchdown run, set to kick this ball away to the Dogs. And we got toe on leather, and it's going to be a little pooch kick again to the far sideline. It's caught at the Bulldog 35-yard line. Taken straight back up the middle by Phillips inside Viking territory all the way down to the Viking 43-yard line. Almost was maybe a half a step from breaking that.
Speaking of Phillips, my question to you during halftime, when's the last time, the conversation came up, when's the last time we saw speed like that for the Bulldogs in the running back position? And we went back to Adams Phillips. I think so. As far as breakaway, once they get past the second, maybe, the DBs, nobody was going to catch them. And I can't remember, I cannot recall. Now, we've had some good running backs in the last 20 years, but that kind of speed where you just don't catch them, it's been a while.
Before that, Willie B.
Willie B. Before that, that's correct. If Willie B got out there, he was gone. But we did have some good ones. But that's some serious speed that Love has. I got to find out. Love is a junior.
Varsity.
A junior.
3 receivers for the Dogs. 4 receivers. 1 man beside Nosher in the backfield, and they're going to hand it to him. Trying to find the edge near side. That's Robinson. Cuts it back up the middle, lowers his shoulder, and gets 5. 2nd down and 5. Coming up for the Dogs at the Viking 39-yard line.
6:20 left here in the third quarter. And it's a close ball game. Bulldogs are on the move, trying to sniff the red zone for the 4th time tonight. One time they got away with no points.
Nosher hands it off again. And this time it's met after a gain of maybe 3 yards. Going to bring up 3rd down and a long 1, short 2.
Actually, the one time they was in the red zone, I think they had gotten it down to the 1 or 2, didn't they? And then lost some yardage.
Foot line, I think.
Foot line, and ended up not scoring at all. Going for it on 4th down, and Fort Walton stopped us. So that's where we're at. 21-14, 5:30 here in the third quarter. Bulldogs on the move, though.
Nosher receives a snap. He's going to take a direct snap right up the middle, and he is hit hard right at the line to gain. We'll see where they mark it, but if he did get the first down, boy, he earned it.
He earned it. We listed in the coaches show the seniors for the Bulldogs,
and they are going to stop this for a measurement.
But we're going to miss some guys like Nocher, Parks, Appleby, which is out on a crutch, broke his leg or something to that effect. Mike Henry, he texts me. He says, "What about Jay Stanton, Latavius Wilson?" Now, the Latavius was before Phillips, so my thought was the last guy that had. Now, Jay Stanton was the next guy, but I don't know if he had speed like Adam Phillips.
I don't know. Stanton was a really good.
He was a good runner. He was a good back. He might have been. Mike, he might have been probably.
They do have the first down by the length of the football.
We do have a first down. Maybe Jay may have been our last really strong running back.
Jason Jones was.
Yeah,
maybe
Jason.
Not breakaway.
That's right. Yeah.
A physical runner.
That's
the
right.
Last few years.
Yep. We've had good runners, but
oh yeah.
just to say you got breakaway and And look, we're dancing on the sidelines, and it's the last game for these guys, and that's great. I'm glad they feel good, but everybody's in a good mood. Last game tonight. Let's just enjoy it. We're down 21-14.
4 receivers, 3 to the top. And we're going to fake it to Rogers and hit Phillips on a slant. He's going to get it inside the Viking 25 down to the Viking 22. And that will be good enough for another dog first down. Pass and catch of 12 yards from Nocher to Phillips.
I just can't tell you how impressed I am with Coach Hatton, the athletic director at the field, that they really made the field look good. If you go back, if you're listening to us on the radio, if you go back to YouTube, you can see it. I'm going to show it here in just a second.
4 receivers again for the Dogs. Back to pass again are the Dogs. Over the middle again, and they have Phillips again. He spun down inside the 10, and they're going to whistle him dead at the 6-yard line. Another first down, gain of 15 that time from Nocher to Phillips. First down and goal coming for the Dogs.
Somebody lit a fire, and Nocher is finding his guy, putting it right in the breadbasket for these guys. And, when Nocher's hot, the ball moves. The ball moves the chain moves, and he's finding his receivers.
3 receivers this time. Rogers behind Nocher. They're going to hand it to him. He's trying to dance his way into the end zone, and we'll see, waiting for a signal, and there it is. Touchdown for Rogers. And we're an extra point away from tying the football game with 3:57 left to go here in the third quarter.
So, did we forget Marquise McCoy? I had somebody just text me Marquise. Marquise was pretty good. He was good, especially for your daddy in middle school. I'll say that. Nobody could catch him in middle school. He was a good running back, too.
And here we come with the extra point, the snap, the hold, the kick is good.
How about that?
21-21, 3:57 left to go here in the third quarter.
KC Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates KC Electric for their support. KC Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. KC Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, KC Electric services all brands of AC units. Give KC Electric a call, 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
Guys, listen up. Did you spend too long out on the boat this Saturday fishing? Have you been on the links a little too much? Do you need to get out of the doghouse? Let me tell you where you need to go. Joey the Jeweler. He's on Main Street right by Desi's. He's got tons of beautiful jewels to win your girl back over. And make sure to go like and share his Facebook page. He's always doing great giveaways, so you have a chance to win something free for your girl. So head on over to facebook.com/Joey the Jeweler. Or you guys could just ask Siri what the phone number is.
Hey Siri, what is the phone number to Joey the Jeweler?
Joey the Jeweler's phone number is 850-682-1980.
We are back, and you just missed it. No, you really didn't. Onside kick recovered by the Vikings, right to them. It didn't take the bounce that they was looking for, I don't think. Would you say that was the case? He was looking for a bounce. You know how the onside kick, you kick it and you try to get that end over end, and it goes boom, straight up in the air.
Yep.
It just didn't happen.
The Vikings will take over at their own 48-yard line. Good field position once again.
Sort of like when you're a kid at Christmas and you're looking for that gun and it didn't come, or you're looking for the four-wheeler.
Hand off of the middle for the Vikings, and he's going to get yardage inside Bulldog territory down to the Bulldog 46-yard line. Gain of 6 on the play. Actually, they're going to give you 7.
Just didn't happen.
Oh, we got a little laundry back there. It's been a pretty clean penalty.
It has been a very clean. I want to say that the referees probably have done the best job this year so far. You know why? Because this game don't mean a hill of beans, so there's no pressure on them either.
As soon as you give them a compliment,
they're going to
mark
it
the
off.
Dogs for a personal foul.
Probably against the quarterback, I guess. It was thrown way back there.
It was something. It's going to move the ball down to the Bulldog 31-yard line. First down and 10 for the Vikings. 3:44 left to go in the third quarter. We're tied at 21. The Vikings are threatening.
Niceville's up over Navarre, 35-28. Appreciate all the texts coming in, 850-682-1177.
Back to pass are the Vikings, rolling to his right and just going to throw that one out of bounds. Second down and 10 coming up for Walton.
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy going up them elevators. I will say this. I was talking about earlier about doing this for 25 years, 24 years, whatever. I'm glad it wasn't at Choctaw Stadium. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, my goodness.
Can you imagine hauling all that equipment up them flight of stairs?
The only good thing about that situation is there is a restroom up there.
There is a restroom. That's one thing, yes.
Inside give by the Vikings. He's going to be met at the line of scrimmage, and he's going to carry a couple tacklers for a gain of third down and 7. Coming for the Vikings from the Dog 27-yard line.
That was number 24 that ran that. Do you have a number on 24 for the Vikings?
Number 24 for the Vikings is.
Drum roll.
Go ahead and let you do that one, brother.
I'll do it. Dimitri Womack. No, that was the wrong one.
Oh, fumble on the play, and the Dogs have it. Big time turnover there. The Dogs will take over at their own 22-yard line. With 2:49 left to go in the third quarter. We're tied at 21.
I've been around long enough to not be shocked by anything anymore. But this, well, this takes the cake. 38%. That's all. Only 38% of your electricity actually makes it to your home. Just think about how much is wasted. That's the shocking truth. It's appalling and really shocking. Find out more at okaloosagas.com/truth. It really is shocking.
I'm going to tell you what's shocking is this score right here, 21-21. Handoff around the speed, sweep, and the ball's on the ground, or is it?
Yep. Jet sweep to Rogers on the far side. Looked like he fumbled, but if he did, it was recovered by the Dogs. Let's give him a gain of 5 on the play, up to the Bulldog 27-yard line.
And with 2:24 left here in the third quarter, Bulldogs moving left to right, and it is a tie ball game.
3 receivers, 2 to the near side. Nosher receives the snap. He's going to hand that ball off to Robinson. Robinson has the edge, streaking down the near sideline inside Viking territory, down to the Viking 35, but we have a flag back at the line of scrimmage in the area of offensive holding. Yep.
That's exactly what it was. Offensive holding. And one of the offensive, who big number 52, he's holding his hands like who was it?
That's old Maddox Reeves
That's
going
Maddox.
both ways tonight.
Yeah, he is. And that was right at the line of scrimmage. So, if it would have been a hold at least 10 yards down the field, that would have been nice. But that's going to bring up second and about 15 for the old Bulldogs. But what a great run by Robinson. Oh, and we've got a whistle.
Mercy.
And they want to communicate. White hat and the black hat wants to communicate just for a second and say, what are we going to do? What shall we do? And he is going around to talk to everybody to find out.
I think they're just making sure they got the yardage.
The yardage correct. Well, it was 2nd and 5 now, or 2nd and 4.
Yep.
Now it's 2nd and 4.
Second and 5. Now it's 2nd down and 13.
Yeah. So
I think they're missing a couple yards somewhere.
Somewhere missing it. They'll figure it out here in just a second. I would say we'll go to timeout break, but then we do that, we miss something. Let's look at the scores real quick. Like 42-28, Niceville pops another one on to Navarre. So Niceville might be in the third quarter starting to slide into a W right there. Pace is going to pick up a win. That doesn't mean absolutely nothing. Escambia will keep the Wash Bowl at the at Ye Olde House of Escambia. They're up 41-0. Pensacola will not score another touchdown this year.
After the discussion, we're going to leave it right where it is. 2nd down and 13 for the Dogs from their own 19-yard line. 4 receivers for the Dogs, man in motion. Now that's Rogers in the backfield, and we're going to have a flag, and it looks like maybe illegal procedure against the Dogs.
Cottondale win right now. Bill, what do you got on the Milton score, buddy? The last that you sent me was 7-7, Milton and Godby. Jay, you had me up 41-14 at Walton. Appreciate the reporting on all these games for tonight. Bozeman was up 21-7. Vernon still up over the Baby Rattlers.
3 receivers to the near side. Nosher back to pass, looking near side. Looking down the seam, has Rogers. Rogers with a catch across the 50. 1 man to beat inside the 20. He's going to not get walked down. I don't know. They're going to wait for the signal. Touchdown. Tackled right over the goal line. And the 89-yard passing catch from Nosher to Rogers up the near seam. Touchdown Dogs in our first lead of the night.
Well, there you go. We talked about breakaway speed. They could not catch him. Now, he had a couple steps on him, but he kept the couple steps right there until the very end. And great job by the Bulldogs and Rogers and company, a sophomore. Can you imagine him as a senior if he gets to stay here?
The extra point is up.
Look at this guy.
It is good.
Where did he come from?
Dogs up 28-21. 104 left to go here in the 3rd quarter.
From the smallest ding to the unexpected fender bender, Crestview Painted Body can handle the repairs. Crestview Painted Body works with all insurance companies to make sure that your vehicle is repaired correctly and back into your driveway as quick as possible. Crestview Painted Body, family owned and operated and doing business the right way for over 5 decades. For towing and body repair, 850-682-5257. Crestview Painted Body, for a job done right.
Hello, this is Dixie Dan Powell. Just like in the courtroom, you got to be bulldog tough. It takes teamwork to get to the goal line and to win the game. Go Bulldogs. Call us, Powell Injury Law, 850-306-2667. That's 850-306-2667.
It is 28-21. The Bulldogs sniff the lead. Didn't they score first, though? 6-0. Yes. You think they score first? You're shaking your head yes. You're not speaking. There is a microphone on your lips there.
I mean,
I thought we scored first. It was 6-0. Or was it 7-0 and then 6-7?
It was 6, yeah.
So that is our first lead. Well, we'll take it with 1 minute and 4 seconds left here in the 3rd quarter. Bulldogs holds the lead, and it's been with the help of loose
After
balls.
the extra point, we had an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty against the Dogs. So we're going to be kicking off from our 25-yard line. And I have no idea exactly, but I'm just letting you know.
What do? You don't onside kick, you don't pooch kick, but they're playing for a pooch, and you sure can't kick it over the head. Now, I'm going to tell you.
We've been giving it to them at midfield, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but I will say this.
I'd onside it.
We could be sneaky and kick it over that guy's head.
I'm onsiding it right here.
No, I'm not. I'm going over the guy's head.
I got my man picked out. I've got my man picked out over here.
I'm going to kick it as far as I can just to throw him off because they're sliding up.
Sliding up.
I say they're
going.
going.
Can't kick it that far.
He has done it in the past. I say he boots it long.
The stinger.
He does it. I
stinger.
told you. I told you. He touched it. He touched it, and it goes to the 5-yard line to the 4. He's got to pick it up and run it to the 1, to the 3. And he's down at about the 7-yard line. Give it to Daddy. Daddy's been doing this for a long time.
The 12-yard line. I will say I don't think the Stingers on command. But that's twice we've seen it this year.
That's twice the Stingers went all the way to the 1-yard line. I was so excited I couldn't even tell you where he was at. He did make it out to the 12, and that was the kick for the ages. I mean, for us it was. I mean,
he's having a great game so
He's
far.
having a great game. Good for the kicker because he struggled all year. He's had 2 left feet pretty much all year this year. And he is doing a fabulous job. Do we even got a name on the kid? Is it Phillips? Myers.
And here are the Vikings. 56 seconds left to go here in the third. Dogs on top, 28-21. They're back to pass from the 12. Have the completion. And he's going to get tackled at the 15. Gain of 3 on the play. Second down and 7 coming up for the Vikings.
He just wound that. It looked like he went out of bounds, but maybe not. I can't tell. Let's wind it on down and let's get to the house. As the Okaloosa gas guy says, hey, this may sound a little strange, but this season went by really fast.
4 receivers, 3 to the top. Ball's on the near hash. 1 man in the backfield beside his quarterback. And he's back to pass again, looking far side. Now pulling the ball down, looking to run. And he has a run out to around the 20. And that's going to be short of a first down. Going to bring up 3rd down and maybe 2 for the Vikings.
Doing most of the quarterbacking tonight. Very surprised. Johnny Lewis Jr. Jay, you think they call him JL? Johnny Lewis Jr. doing a good job tonight. Now, he is a junior. Orr, of course, is a senior. We saw him in different colors last year over down at the University.
3rd down and 2. Big 3rd down here for the Vikings from their own 20. 13 seconds left to go on the play clock. They're going to run a toss sweep to the far side. He has the corner, has the first down, and has a lot more. He's finally pushed out of bounds up at the Viking 45-yard line. Big first down run for the Vikings.
Good run. I thought for a second there we could hit him in the backfield, but he picked up a nice block and was able to get the corner.
They are going to mark him out at the 43, so a 23-yard run there on 3rd down and 3. 4 seconds left to go here on the 3rd quarter, so we're going to have one more snap before we get into 4th quarter play. Dogs on top, 28-21. 3 receivers for the Vikings. They're back to work here on first down, heading off up the middle, and he's going to get tackled at the line of scrimmage. And that's going to take us to the end of the 3rd quarter with the Dogs on top, 28-21.
Hello, friends. This is Brandon Martin, General Manager at Blackwater Golf Club here in Crestview, Florida. From the newly renovated 18 holes to the Top Tracer driving range, Blackwater has something to offer for everybody. Open 7 days a week for the best pricing. Book your tee times in advance on our website, golfatblackwater.com.
Hey everybody, it's Pastor Josh from Hope City Community Church. If you don't have a home church, I want to personally invite you to come to Hope City. We're currently meeting at Shoal River Middle School at 9 and 11 a.m. every Sunday morning. We even have special services that are put together just for your children. If you'd like more information, find us online at hopecitycc.com. If you choose to join us, make sure to stop by and shake my hand. I'd love to meet you. But whether it's Hope City or one of the other amazing churches in our city, just find a Bible-believing church that makes a difference in your family.
We are back. Bulldogs. We swap sides now. The Bulldogs will be moving right to left to end the ball game, to end the season. Headed to the east side of the field for the last time this year. And the Bulldogs are up 28-21. Next week we'll be in Walton.
4 receivers for Fort Walton. And back to pass are the Vikings, looking near far side, has the completion, makes the man miss, cutting it back up the middle, has good yardage inside Bulldog territory, down to around the Dog 20. A 37-yard passing catch for the Vikings. First down and 10 here early in the 4th.
I got to get a score on the Holmes County beat Destin last week. Holmes County's in the playoffs, and they've got a pretty good little team. Halftime, 7-7, Milton Godby.
Glad we're not at halftime. 3 receivers, the Vikings. Quarterback keeper, near side, has the edge, cuts back, has a first down inside the 10, but it looks like we're going to have flags, and it looks like they're going to get a receiver for the Vikings for holding out here on the near side. We do have a Bulldog defender down on the play.
If somebody got the Mariana South Walton score, text it to me, 850-682-1177. That game is going to determine who Walton's going to play, who we're going to call on that.
Do we want to go to timeout with the injury? Or no?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. We'll call a quick timeout. We'll be right back.
Hey, this is Amber with the Cottage Boutique and Formal Wear. Ladies, if you're looking for something for a special occasion, stop in and see us. And for the men, we also offer tuxedo rentals for prom, weddings, and anything that you really need them for. We are open Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday from 10 to 1. We're closed on Sundays and Mondays. If you don't know where we're located and you happen to want to stop in and see us, we're at the corner of Wilson Street and Highway 90. And you can also call us anytime at 850-682-2446.
CQ Roofing, your hometown roofer since 1999, is state licensed and insured. Chris Coyer, the owner, is born and raised in Crestview, North Okaloosa County. Family owned and operated for 24 years of local service, specializing in shingles and metal roofs. Re-roof repair specialist. If you have any roofing needs, you can call them at 850-683-4169 or visit their website at cqroofing.com.
And we are back after the timeout. The player's up and
made his way on his own power over to the sideline. It was a holding call on the Vikings on the play, so that's going to back them up to the Bulldog 24-yard line. First down and 13. Back to pass. Has a man far side. Overthrows it. Incomplete. Second down and 13 coming up for the Vikings.
it wasn't nothing like. You want me to tell you something that was unbelievable? There was 12 timeouts for injury for the Leon line. They would just sit down. We'd watch them. They would just sit down. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And then just get up and run off. And the referees will let them do it.
Goodness.
Unbelievable.
The Vikings, two back set, one to either side of their quarterback. They're going to take it to both of them. The quarterback's going to try to take it himself up the middle. He's going to get maybe 2 yards. Third down and 11 coming up for the Vikings.
Bulldogs gang tackling there. .45 and counting left to go in the game. Dogs on top, 28-21. The Vikings have it third down and 11 at the Bulldog 21-yard line. And they are setting up shop here for the third down play. They're going to go 4 receiver set, 2 to either side of the formation. One man in the backfield beside his quarterback. They're back to pass, looking near side. Now brings it down, looking to scramble. And he's going to be sacked back at around the 25-yard line. Going to bring up fourth down, and we'll call it 14 for the Vikings. I watched the kicker pregame, and he was kicking 40-yard field goals.
Mercy.
40-yarders.
That's would be about what that one will be, about a 40.
I was going to say it's close.
Yarder.
Do you do it, or you're down by 7, 9:50 left of the ball game. Clock's running. You've got 17 seconds to decide or call timeout.
They're going to call a timeout with 9:45 left to go in the game. Dogs on top, 28-21.
If you're in the market for a brand new custom home, maybe you have some commercial work that needs to be done or remodeling, there's one place to call, and that's VLM Construction Services at 850-305-2959. Lonnie Miller and his crew has been working in Florida and in Alabama for over 30 years. If you're within the sound of my voice, they have plenty of home sites available in Crestview and Baker. Don't hesitate to call for any of your construction needs. 850-305-2959.
We interrupt this scheduled program for breaking news. Let's go to our correspondent who's standing by at the toll booth of the Mid-Bay Bridge. Kathy, what can you tell us?
It's incredible, Mike. Cars are backed up as far as the eye can see, and they're all headed to Affordable Homes of Crestview.
The manufactured home dealership on Highway 85? Why?
Let's find out. Excuse me, sir. Why are you headed to Affordable Homes of Crestview?
Because we're tired of the cost of living down here.
Foster on the 4th down and 14 play, man in motion to the near side. The Vikings back to pass under pressure, and they tried to run a screen pass, but miscommunication on the back. That ball falls incomplete.
Any flag?
And we have a turnover on downs for the Vikings.
That's been, I don't know how many turnover downs we've had. We've had a couple fumbles. I think that might be the second turnover downs. But Bulldogs have just been coming up when they need it. They get it, whether it's a fumble, turnover downs, a great. Have they even punted, though? I don't even remember them punting at all.
No, they have
They
not.
have not punted. We punted twice.
They pretty much had it in our territory most of the night.
Yeah.
But mostly because they've started off on the 50.
Most teams this year has.
The Dogs will see if they can go down and put one in the end zone and maybe ice this football game, and they're going to hand the ball off up the middle to start things off, and he's going to dance his way out to the 30, gain of 5 on the play. 2nd down and 5 coming up for the Dogs.
Well, we appreciate everybody that's tuned in to the radio station this year or YouTube, and had pretty good success with our connections. I ordered that Starlink.
Oh.
And I used that last Thursday, and it did buffer a little bit. I was really shocked. I don't know if I had my settings. I don't think I have my settings correct on that satellite thing.
Dogs, 3 receivers, 2 to the near side. They're going to hand the ball off to, I believe, Rogers. Rogers sticks his head down and gets a 1st down, and still dragging Viking defenders out across the 40, up to the Dog 43, gain of 10, 1st down and 10 for the Dogs.
Now that I think about it, we used it at Milton. I forgot,
Yep.
and it didn't. I think it buffered. They said one time, and that was it. It buffered a few times over in Tallahassee. I really do think I had the settings wrong on that. But it's been really just a good experience this whole year going to the different stadiums. We didn't travel far, like you said, and everybody's been so generous, just welcoming us with open arms. Letting us use their booths if they have a booth on the visitor side or even home side like Pace. Not charging us, just really appreciate the hospitality of all these teams.
3 receivers for the Dogs, 2 to the near side. Robinson checks in at running back. They're going to fake it to him, and they're going to have a completion to Colemetz over here on the near side, but only for about 4 yards. 2nd down and 6 coming up for the Dogs at their own 48-yard line.
8 minutes left in the ball game. Bulldogs, like you said, trying to love to see them chew about 4 more minutes off before they punch it in and possibly start icing the cake for the 2023 season. You know, if we had a sideline guy, we'd try to get a quick little interview from Coach.
3 receivers to the near side. Nosher hands the ball off to Rogers. Rogers has a seam up the middle, and he's going to take that one all the way into the end zone. 52-yard touchdown run by the sophomore, and we're going to have another flag after the play, but it's not going to change the touchdown.
I really feel bad now that we've made such an issue about we don't have nobody can run like that other kid. That's 2 times now they have not caught Rogers.
We're not going to be able to say that anymore.
No, can't do it. We're going to have this cat for 2 more years, hopefully, if nobody don't pay him. If NIL don't come to Florida. It came to Georgia, and the first day they started recruiting that big, what was the name of that high school that recruited that Texas quarterback? What was it? Brantley? No, not Brantley. I'll get it in a minute. Wow, how about that? Bulldogs just blow one right there. Great hole from the line, too.
It might have been Robinson, too.
What?
I might have mistaken the number.
Well, either one of them.
Either one of them.
They're brothers, and one's a freshman. Robinson's a freshman.
Yep. So
Rogers is a sophomore.
I might have messed that one up. Apologies if I did. But a touchdown.
But you don't know.
Well, I don't have instant replay up here, Tim. I apologize. You did it one time.
Valdosta. Dusty said, give it to Daddy. Buford. That's exactly. Dusty said, Valdosta. It was Buford. I knew it was a B.
Up good. 35-21, Dogs. 7:25 left to go here in the game.
Don't touch the dial.
This might sound like a movie trailer, but this ain't Hollywood. This is real life. We call it the shocking truth. The difference between your electricity and natural gas? Natural gas costs less. Period. So, don't fear your utility bills. Go to okaloosagas.com/truth. Find out for yourself the shocking truth.
Mr. Fantasy said it was Buford, Dusty. Lover boy. Number 2 got the touchdown. So you was correct the first time.
Always go with your gut.
Go with your gut. They ain't catching Rogers, Daddy. Oh, I got to change the score before somebody texts me and gets on to me like my daddy or somebody. Let's see. What is it? 35? All right. Changing the score, people. Don't get too caught up.
So for the second straight kickoff, we're going to kick off from our own 25. Do we have the stinger?
Do we have the stinger again?
I'll say this, Tim. They're back a little deeper this time.
Now you pooch it right in the center. Try to round to the 30, 25-yard line. There's a hole right there. Let's see if he does it. Yeah, he's got a stinger. Man, he has had a great night tonight. Let me just tell you.
See if he can keep it going. Myers approaches the ball and hits a line drive. Good kick out to the 30. Going to be caught and taken back by the Vikings, and nice coverage that time by the kickoff team. Going to tackle him short of the 45-yard line, and they're going to take over at the Viking 43-yard line. I think, maybe we need to be starting kickoff at the 25.
So Roy says number 2 got the touchdown. I told you. He goes, no, I just watched the replay. It was number 7. Dude, if you're going to stick your neck out and you're wrong, I'm going to have to call you out, Roy. Roy.
Us.
Just straight up said, it was number 2.
Well,
and he says, well, I rewound it. And
it
was.
Mistakes happen.
Guess what? It was a brother. So the mom was happy either way.
Mistakes happen. We got it right. It was a touchdown for Crestview.
That's all that matters.
What really matters at the end of all this. The Vikings back to pass, have a completion out on the far side of the field, and have a first down inside Bulldog territory. Going to be run out of bounds at the Bulldog 41-yard line.
They're going to run quick.
First down and 10 for the Vikings.
Fantasy 49-34. Niceville on top in the 4th.
That's going to stop the clock at 7:05. Plenty of time left.
Plenty of time, as fast as they've scored in the past.
4 receivers, 3 to the near side. Ball's on the far hash. 1 man beside the quarterback. Throwing over the middle, and a completion over the middle inside the Bulldog 30 down to the Bulldog 28-yard line. Another first down for the Vikings. Gain of 15 on the play.
I'd have never guessed a shootout on the last game, 35-21, and Vikings are moving. If they score here, this is actually an exciting ball game here to end the season.
We need a good old-fashioned turnover. Back to pass are the Vikings.
He's looking over to the left.
Near side, far side, rolling and scrambling for a gain of 12. Another first down for the Vikings inside the Bulldog 20, down to the Bulldog 16-yard line.
Yeah, I was really surprised that team that we beat last Thursday night beat Mosley. We beat that team by 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns, and they beat Mosley beat us by.
We have a timeout for a water break. 6:39 left.
Or is it a hot chocolate break?
I don't know if it's that cold. 6:39 left to go in the game. 35-21, Dogs on top.
Have you recently received your home or auto insurance renewal and are coming down with a case of sticker shock? This is Dusty Holloway of the Holloway Agency, and we may be able to help you out with that problem. Our office is an independent insurance agency, and we represent multiple A-rated carriers. Feel free to give us a call at 850-682-1900, or you can drop by our office at 168 West Woodruff Avenue in downtown Crestview for a free, no-obligation insurance review.
Hey, football fans, this is Greg Watson with Till & Waters Real Estate, here with a thought for potential homebuyers about recent interest changes and their effect on the local market. Fact is, builders and sellers have pretty much adjusted prices to offset interest rate increases, so a monthly payment today is not much different than it was at the beginning of the year. So don't think you might have waited too long to buy a home. Let's get together and find what's out there for you. Drop me a line or give me a call at 256-682-6605, or you can visit my website at gregwatsonrealestate.com.
And we're back at Jack Foster. While we were gone, there was an incomplete pass that brings up third and what? Second and 10, excuse me. Second and 10.
From the Bulldog 18-yard line for Walton, still down 14. But plenty of time with a score and a stop to eke their way back in this football game. Back to pass again are the Vikings, and they hit a screen pass over the middle. He's breaking away to the far sideline. He's going to run that into the end zone. The Viking touchdown, and they're an extra point away from cutting this to a 7-point game.
And just like that, we did the icing. You better lick it back off the cake. Get something to scrape it back off, because the icing shouldn't be on that cake just yet. Now it's a 7-point game. Bulldogs are going to have to go back down and score or chew up 6 minutes and 20 seconds if they want to win this ball game. And now they're ready to try the extra point. This guy's been money all night, just like our guy, and he is still money. We'll be right back. Don't touch the dial.
I'm Jenny Powell. I'm one of the attorneys at Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm. Our family has been invested for over 100 years in Northwest Florida, serving your families for over 70 years. If you're in a car accident, you need a law firm who has the training, skill, and experience necessary to deal with insurance companies so that your case doesn't drag on forever. Let our family take care of your family during your most crucial moments. Just remember, Powell, Powell & Powell Law Firm is here for you. You can always just go to our website at www.powelllawfirm.com.
I want to share a quick story about Brackney Funeral Home. We recently lost our grandmother, and thanks to the kind, professional, and caring staff, it just felt like being with family. She had made all of her decisions in advance, so it was a very seamless process. So thank you, Brackney Funeral Home, for treating our family like yours. If you don't know where they're located, they're at 480 East James Lee Boulevard. That's Highway 90 right across from Twin Hills Park, and their phone number is 850-683-9898. We highly recommend Brackney Funeral Home.
We're back at Jack Foster. This is the last game of 2023. I just remembered it being hot and nasty in August. Where in the world? And we got a barn burner to end the game. 35-28 with 6:20 left on the clock. Bulldogs on top. They will receive. They're moving left to right on your radio, or right to left on your radio dial.
They got numbers over here on the far side. It looks like they're thinking about maybe a little onside kick action.
Well, I don't see why not.
Not anymore.
Not anymore?
Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, let's see what they're going to do. See if they kick it away, or are they going to try to do a little tricky-dicky here.
Onside.
There it is.
And that ball's going to be recovered by the Dogs at the Dog 40.
I don't understand that.
Yeah,
an onside kick, though, it went 20, 30 yards down the field. Why would you do? Don't you want it? Or was it you think he miskicked it?
I don't know.
I mean, don't you want it to go about 11 or 12 yards and not 20, 25?
Yeah.
I think he was trying an onside kick.
Well, he dribbled it.
He dribbled it, but it just happened to go all the way down to the 40. So the Bulldogs have pretty good field position with 6:18. They need to chew up 6:18 or score to stay in this ball game.
4 receivers, 3 to the near side, and the Dogs are going to keep this ball on the ground with the Robinson. Robinson bounces it outside, now cuts it back up the middle, and he reverses field all the way back over here to the near side. Still on his feet across the 50, across the 40, got blockers down the sideline, still in bounds, down to the 14-yard line of the Vikings. Unbelievable run by the freshman, my goodness.
Unbelievable. Where did Mr. Robertson come from?
And do we have a flag?
Do we
that's
got
gonna
a
take
flag?
This is surely not.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you why there's flag. Look at on the 40-yard line. Is that laundry? Let me zoom in. There's all kind of crap down there on the 40-yard line. And no, he's going back to pick it up. He's going. No, is he? The ball is coming back. Do you know why? Because the Bulldogs had a good play. It almost never fails. Somebody.
They called a holding penalty across the 50 around the 48. So it's going to be first down and 9. First down and 7 it looks like. But what an unbelievable run. And a lot of times when you see them reverse field and come all the way back across the field, you do see maybe a block in the back a lot of times.
You do.
So
5:59 left in the ball game. Bulldogs up by 7.
Did take some time off the clock.
It did.
About 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Nosher takes the direct snap. He's looking for room off the outside edge over on the far side, and he's going to get stood up after gain of 2. Second down and 5 coming up for the Dogs at the Dog 45-yard line.
Well, your favorite, do you have a favorite game this year?
Do I hear Taylor Swift? What is this, a Chiefs game?
Please tell me. I don't even know. I don't even want to know.
A favorite game of what? No, I'm sorry.
This year, 2023? Do you have one? It's hard to reminisce when you're 3-6. Hopefully 4-6 though.
7 seconds left to go on the play clock. We still have not snapped this, and it doesn't look like we're going to. We're going to take a timeout with 5:10 left to go in the game. Dogs on top, 35-28.
Casey Electric has been the longest running sponsor of the Big Red Machine Show, and WAAZ and Crestview High School appreciates Casey Electric for their support. Casey Electric has served Okaloosa and Walton County since 1948. That's right, 1948. You've got to be doing something right to be able to say that. Casey Electric can handle all your AC, heating, and electrical needs. A Carrier dealer, Casey Electric services all brands of AC units. Give Casey Electric a call. 682-3037. That's 682-3037.
Water break time, and Bulldogs are going to come back out of this, try to keep the ball moving. Again, just had a big 60-yard gain called back, or 50-yard gain called back. Robinson, great run. We're going to end on YMCA, it sounds like.
Second down and 4 coming up for the Dogs at their own 46-yard line. Up 7, 5:10 left to go in the game. 4 receivers, 3 to the near side. Nosher takes the snap, going to hand it off to Robinson. Robinson finds a little room inside between the tackles. Gets 3 of the 4. Third down and 1 coming up for the Dogs at their own 49-yard line.
Ernie just texted me, 7 minutes and 30 seconds left in the game. South Walton 24, Mariana 19. Walton gets the loser of that game.
Dogs, third down and 1 from their own 49-yard line. 4:40 and counting left to go in the contest. 4 receivers, 3 to the near side. Nosher takes it himself.
He'll
have a first down inside Viking territory down to the Viking 49. First down and 10 for Dogs.
Needed that. That's another, if you time management right, that's another at least a minute and 40 seconds off the clock if you don't get a first down. So that'll leave. If you don't get another first down, you're looking at 2.5 minutes left for Vikings. So we need one more first down at least, I would say, to be getting close to safe.
Nosher hands it to Robinson. Robinson finds some room over on the far edge. Gain of 9 down to the Viking 40. Second down and 1, and keeps the clock moving inside of 4 minutes.
Jay just said final score 54-14. So his guy was not playing that last quarter, I will say. The starters was on the sidelines, on the bench. He told me that personally. But you're saying you don't think you'd do it.
No, I said during a regular season game. If it what the playoff was next week.
I got you.
He's not pulling his starters up to 21. 4 receivers and a handoff, and he'll get no yards on the play. Third down and 1 coming up for the Dogs. 3:20
Rogers.
and counting left to go in the game.
Rogers with the handoff there. Losing a yard, maybe? Or was it already 3rd and 11, 2nd and 11?
It's 3rd and 1.
I'm sorry, 1.
Wrong way.
Wrong way. I was looking. Milton 14, Godby 7. Milton trying to go out on a win.
And it looks like Nosher and Rogers in the backfield together for this 3rd down and 1 conversion. Nosher going to take it himself, and I don't know if he got there. They're going to mark him short, going to bring up a 4th down. Well, one line judge.
I was going to say, one guy had him at the 40, one guy got him at the 38. I mean, we'll take the guy on the 38.
I mean, I don't know how we're that far apart.
I mean, how are you that far apart? That's got to be a first down. They're going to measure.
A measurement.
Wow, you had a guy on the 38, one on the 40, and they found the 39. Or not even quite the 39. I mean, come on, guys. How can you be that far off? Listen, I'm going to tell you why.
Scott's down there. Hold on.
Scott, what did you say?
Oh.
No, he's not down there. The whistle didn't blow until the surge was over. But because there was a little 1-yard surge forward right before the whistle, and I think they marked it before the whistle actually blew, which was really close to the 40. So it's going to be close. Let's see.
It's a first down, maybe. Let's see. Stretching the chain.
Stretch it, boys. Stretch it. Oh, no,
Short.
he missed it by a football.
Short by a football. Yeah,
So
2:22 left to go in the game, and I think we're going to go for this.
absolutely. Now we're going to call a timeout.
The Vikings are gonna call a timeout.
Vikings are going to call a timeout. Little strategy here. Do we want overtime the last game of the season?
Why would
Just-
you even speak that into?
Why did I speak that? You sound like my wife.
Goodness.
Why would you speak that into existence? Well, I'm just saying we need a first down and the game should be over. You know, I don't know how many timeouts Fort Walton has left.
Well, they only have it. The most they have is 2.
That would be the most. Niceville's going to blow out Navarre 63-34, and I believe they have them next week in the playoffs. They come back to Niceville. We'll see how it flushes out, but I think that's going to be the case.
I think a first down ends it right here. Let's see, Nosher. Looks like he's setting it up to do it himself. He's going to try, and he's got a first down inside the 35, trying to go down, and they finally tackle him at the 31. First down and 10 for the Dogs. And that will bring us probably, not a problem, maybe should end up doing it.
Should end up doing it. We will wrap up the scores. Get your scores in, 850-682-1177. Let's see who's going to win the spread. Let me go through all of my stuff. What do we got? Right now it's 7. Oh, that's Chris Faircloth has got 7 right now. He was the first one to give me 7. I had another guy give me 7, but it was way after Chris. Chris got it first. So, Chris, you are, if the Bulldogs don't score, so you're rooting for the Bulldogs not to score here. Only 2 winners, only 1 winner so far. You had to hit it on the head. That was Mr. Shad. Donald Shad won it a couple weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. And we may have a winner on the very end, and we're sucking the time dry. Just little kitty. Yeah, that's an old one for me and Dusty. That goes way back.
1:45 and counting left to go in the game. The Dogs snap it with 5 seconds left to go on the play clock. Handoff up the middle. Gain of maybe 2. And we're going to get a timeout, another timeout by the Vikings. 1:32 left to go, or excuse me, clock still running, 1:30.
Now they're coming.
1:30 left to go in the game. Dogs on top 35-28.
Let me real quick give a shout out to all of our sponsors. I do believe most of them is going to be helping us out with the playoff game next week. But this year, Okaloosa Gas, appreciate Eddie Springle, those guys just really doing a great. Listen, if you're a cook like me, you want to cook on gas, and they are expanding all over the Walton area, North Okaloosa. Ashford 28, Op 20. Appreciate it, Fantasy. Brunson didn't have a very good year. He only won 3 games this year. But he's going to redo his schedule next year, just like the old Bulldogs. Crestview Paint and Body. Man, they have been with us a long time. I appreciate you guys. And if you're out and about doing business, you want to do business with people that support the local community. And these guys do that. Pile Injury Law. Dixie Dan's been doing the coaches show with me for 24 years. KC Electric doing the band show for 30 years. We've got another snap, 1:35 left on the clock. Let's get the snap in. Shotgun formation for Nocher, Turtle, as we call them. And they're going to hand off one more time over on the right side. Oh, there's a little push, and there's a flag, and that's going to be on the Bulldogs. They'll push us back a little bit because they caught the push from the Bulldogs. Blackwater Country Club. We talked about it earlier. We got a tournament next week, but, buddy, have they turned things around there. If you want a really fun experience, their driving range has got that computerized TV set up where you can play different courses. Just really, man, and the course is just, the greens are just unbelievable. I think you guys, Brandon, them guys have done a great job out there at Blackwater. Hope City Church. They give us some hope this year, at least 4 times. Appreciate you guys. I think that's Pastor Joshua. They are meeting in the middle school, the new Shoal River Middle School right now. So if you don't have a church home, I'm sure they'd welcome you with open arms. The Cottage. Now the Cottage, they're doing a blowout sale right now. Terry said they're going to be closing. They going to do something different with the building maybe. But they're having a big blowout sale. Big sale on all their inventory left. So that's at the end, north end of Wilson Street. Or if you need a dress or any kind of nice clothes there. CQ Roofing. Those guys have been in business 24, 25 years. Local guys, Chris Coyer and that family. If you need a roof, they did my mom and daddy's roof, and they did a fabulous job. Was in and out of there in a couple of days, cleaned up everything. You didn't even know they was there. VLM Construction. Appreciate Larry. I think they do reconstruction, new construction. If you're looking for anything to be built, call VLM Construction, Larry Miller and their crew. Affordable Homes of Crestview down on the south end. They've been with me 2 or 3, 4 years now, and we appreciate you guys. If you're looking for something a little bit more affordable, go down there and check them out. Those are quality prefabricated homes. Dusty, he sponsored the countdown to kickoff this year, Okaloosa Gas. What did I say, Okaloosa Gas? Holloway Insurance. I got
taking Anita in the game. Go ahead, too.
Anita in the game with 1 minute left. I'm trying to get them a list here. Appreciate Dusty. Dusty's been helping me since 02, and we started countdown to kickoff, I guess, in 03. That's the Holloway Agency. Used to be nationwide, and then is now the Holloway Agency. Greg Watson. He started with me last year. If you need to buy a home, Greg Watson's a guy. He's a championship realtor here in town. He's our head basketball coach. Creshew's going to knee on it one more time. They're going to have to knee on it one more time after that, and that'll be it. Powell Law Firm. Did you know they've been doing either judges or whatever for almost 100 years? Amazing. Brackney Funeral Service. Locally owned and operated. Brackney Terry started right here with George and has started on in business. I think he's been about 20 years now he's been doing it. And Joey the Jeweler. Thank you, Joey, for all these years of keeping me out of the doghouse and a lot of guys out of the doghouse. Your final score here is 35-28. Chris Faircloth wins the very last one. Now, we're going to go over to Walton. We'll have a spread to, next Friday night. But, Chris, you win it tonight. I'll send you the information via text after I give Joey the information. you'll get some information. Let me just go through our scores real quick. He said they're all tied up 14-14 over at Milton, and Bill did too. Jay said the final at Walton was 54-14. And Ernie, the last update we had, South Walton 24, Mariana 19 on that score. Let me just scroll through here real quick. Give me just a second. I'm trying to get through all this. I'm sorry, fellas. Again, we appreciate all of our sponsors. All right. It looks like Niceville just wiped Niceville clean. And if they come back next week, that's just more to it. Chipley going to win that ball game 32-20 over Bluntstown. Pace is going to win their game 35-0. Escambia is going to keep the Yeo Wash Bowl 47-7. Oh, Pensacola scores another touchdown. So 2 touchdowns for them this year. Opp is trying to fight back, trying to get 4 wins there. Catholic's going to win their ball game going into the playoff. T.R. Miller probably going to win that game. They're up 29-8 over W.S. Neal, who has the better record. The final score at Niceville was 63-34. I don't know if I told you that or not. Cottondale's going to win their game 44-6. Sneed's 50-22 over Freeport. Childs, we don't care about them. Vernon won their game. They may be in the playoffs 30-20. Dusty, we'll check that next week. Jay won their game 41-14 going to the playoffs. And that's pretty much it in our coverage area. Appreciate, again, everybody. Mike, again, man, Tammy passed away, I believe, this week. And we just we'll be praying for you guys to get through this. And I know that it's bittersweet because now there's no more pain. And battle for 5.5 years. And she was true blue CHS, and I know you are too. You're part of the family. We appreciate you guys. We'll be praying for you. Final score here again, 35-28. Bulldogs wrap it up with 3 straight wins. Your final thought this year? I'm not going to do you like I did Dusty one year.
Oh.
We did. Listen, this is the funniest thing. I can't remember what year it was. We was having a bad year or something. And it was the final game. I said, good night, everybody. Didn't even say a word. Didn't let Dusty say a word. We just got out. I was so upset.
It wasn't one of his retirements, was it?
It might have. No. He sucked that drive for all it was worth. But Fort Walton will end their season 5-5. Bulldog 4-6. Like I said, we'll go over next Friday night and call the Walton and we believe Mariana. Whoever loses the South Walton Mariana game, that's who they'll have. And if they win, they'll have at least 3 home games. So the next, just keep an ear open there on 104.7 and we'll post something. But your final thoughts on the season. You want to give me a word of knowledge?
Like we talked about earlier before the game, getting this win, I think 3 in a row to end the year, carry a little momentum maybe into spring and the summer. Looking forward to seeing some of this young talent mature.
Yeah,
and,
getting stronger,
and getting
bigger,
stronger and
faster.
bigger and maturing and maybe softening up that schedule a little bit moving forward.
We talked about that.
And looking forward to a good year for the Dogs next year.
Yeah, for me, I think just like Coach said, we've got a lot of young players. Would love to see them come back this year, next year. Don't go nowhere. Stay right here in Crestview. Don't get no wild hairs. Don't let nobody talk to you. Don't let them whisper sweet nothings to you, trying to drag you south of town, And we got 2 brothers out of the backfield. The last 2 games, they've got over 100 yards apiece. Robinson had some great runs tonight. Rogers had some great runs. And they wasn't caught once they got past. Rogers, I think, twice broke it. And then Robinson one time, I think, broke one. But anyways, they're going to really be a bright future for the Bulldogs. We appreciate everybody. Don't forget, next Friday night we'll be over at Walton. That game will start at 7. We will have a coach's show and a countdown to kickoff for the playoffs. And we will follow Walton as far as we can here on WAZ 104.7 and WAZ YouTube. Appreciate everybody. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. I hope your football team wins this weekend. Good night. And so long from Jack Foster Stadium this year, but we'll be back over in Walton County next week. Good night, everybody.